Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feed will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down.
Yo, what it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Man, tonight I wasn't actually supposed to get on this late. However, I had a little something come up out of nowhere today, which I kind of knew of, but I didn't know that I'd be leaving to Phoenix. Had to go to Phoenix for my girlfriend's son's birthday, so we went out and for dinner, and it was all right. We went to BJ's. Food wasn't all that great, you know. BJ's is all right. I don't know if you guys ever heard of BJ's, but BJ's is it's not all that. It's a decent restaurant, though. I had a burger. My usual thing when I go out to a restaurant, I usually probably get a burger. I'm pretty simple. I'm a pretty simple guy. Guys, I got a couple interesting things to play tonight. Well, maybe not that interesting. Maybe you've seen it already. Also, it's been a struggle lately for me. I've been noticing I've been losing some subscribers. It's all part of the game, so I can't be mad at it. But I've struggled to go up. So I got to make some changes for sure. Definitely got to make some changes. I don't know what I'm doing, but obviously I'm doing a lot wrong. Views have gone down too a lot. I don't know. It's because I'm covering Nolan, but it doesn't even matter because we're going to keep going regardless. So tonight I'm going to cover Nolan, and we've been covering that as well as Nancy. We talked about yesterday the new full ransom details. A lot of people in the chat were saying, "Oh, it's old juice. It's old." Lo and behold, I wake up this morning, get off work, and everybody's covering what we just talked about last night. So I take it it's not old. It's definitely new. I don't know what took so long for those notes to be read in full based on what these people received. I mean, if it's leaked, why not just share the whole thing? Why did they hold it for so long? I mean, these people that actually got the notes held it for so long. But I mean, if you're leaking it, you're not protecting the investigation. So you might as well just leak the whole thing. Like, come on. But we finally got most of the ransom notes. So we got to talk about that tonight for sure. We already talked about it last night. But I was able to find, word for word what Brianna had read last night. That's who we one of the few that received the ransom note, and she finally presented that to us all just the other day, and I was able to pull up those details so we could read them for ourselves tonight. I saw the interview room covering it today. I think JLR had covered it as well. A lot of people covering it. I was going to wait till tomorrow, but I got something planned tomorrow, so I'm not going to be able to really cover it much. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be on this late tomorrow, and I won't be on too long tonight as usual, just because I don't want to end up on until 6 in the morning and then, get only 2 hours of sleep. So don't want to do that. But anyway, feel free to join me, guys. I'd like to just say a prayer here, of course. I think I've been pretty good about doing that. I just haven't been as consistent as I normally am to pray on stream. However, we gotta still maintain. Sometimes I just like to move a little quick, and so I'll push it to the side. We can't keep doing that. We got to stop pushing it to the side, right? Not good. But tonight we will. We'll definitely say a prayer for Nancy. Prayer for Nolan Wells, prayer for all the families and the people struggling out there. Prayer for the folks last night that chimed in as well. Angie being one of them. And I'm trying to remember her name. Last night, I said a prayer for them last night before I went to bed. But I don't want to waste no time. Let's dive right in here because we don't have too much time tonight here. Prayer, guys, prayer. Join me for a prayer here. Feel free if you'd like to join me. Dear Heavenly Father, I just wanted to take this time to thank you for another beautiful, blessed day to spend time with my family and, get on stream tonight and be able to spend time with the viewers that truly support the channel and continue covering these cases to try to help in any way to just kind of keep the loved, missing, or lost ones' names out there. And just be able to present, information to the world that maybe people haven't discovered is a blessing alone. And I'm just highly thankful to be on this platform and, be able to just be here in general. I just want to just continue to say prayers for my close friends, my family, and the people here in the chat, as well as, those that have felt like life has fallen apart, that have brought that to my attention. And I just want you to just watch over them, Father, and let them know that it's going to be all right, and just continue to keep us all safe. In dear Jesus' name, amen. Man, let's take a quick moment of silence here. So, one of the interesting things that we've been talking about is Officer Tatum interviewing Warren. We'll talk about Nolan first before we get to the ransoms revolving around Nancy. One of the interesting things have been that interview. We know Tatum sat down, with a gentleman by the name of Warren. Now, if you don't know Warren, Warren is claiming to be a friend of Nolan Wells, and he's supposedly close. He claims that they were very close, I believe, since 8th grade or something like that. Pretty much since middle school, they've been pretty close friends. To me, after hearing his story, what I found, odd to me is the fact that he's never really been to Nolan's house. And some of the friends that have reached out and spoke, the parents were saying that they've never even heard of one of the boys who spoke out. Which is interesting to me. And I feel like if you're a close friend, you're always going to, well, not with everybody, I guess, but I guess I've had some, no, I can't say that. I've not had no close friends that I wasn't able to go to their house or we didn't. My best friend, I was at his house all the time and vice versa. He was at mine. It's either one or the other. So I don't know. That was a little odd to me. Is he telling the truth? Is Warren telling the truth is the big question. Time will tell. I mean, this is all going to come out eventually, so I mean, I just really hope that this guy's sitting down and telling the truth. As I told you guys yesterday, it just bothers me due to the fact that he's just like, there's no empathy. There's really not really like, and I guess I get it. Some guys are strong-willed. I'm not trying to throw the guy under the bus, but I mean, no emotion at all. I'm not saying cry, but no emotions. I don't know. I don't know why that doesn't sit with me very well. And not in a sense of him being guilty, just in a sense of him being fully truthful about everything. But he did have some interesting points that he brought up the other day. We've been tuning in. We've been watching him because there was a part 1 and then there was a part 2 and then we got a part 3. So, I mean, we've been in tune. If you watch Officer Tatum, you've definitely seen that video of him interviewing Warren. As you all know, Nolan Wells' body was found on July 6th, face down in the water. And a lot of people are not really liking that. People are not really, thinking that this was Nolan like in the water, drowning. And I got to be honest. I mean, it does seem that way. It seems like Nolan did not drown. But as you all know, Nolan is an 18-year-old, just experiencing his first year of college as a freshman. He disappeared on July 1st during a boat trip. And that was in, Horn Island of Mississippi. So tonight we're going to cover a couple things that maybe you haven't seen. But get this. I want to go back to Warren. Warren is the son of the judge, Judge Hutz. Remember, the judge that spoke out. Well, that's his mom. So his mother's name is Ashley Cole, and she publicly released a statement defending her son and clarifying their family involvements. So she is they call it, I guess it's a chancery court judge in Jackson County. I'm sorry. It's the same county that handles aspects of the Wells investigations for the most part. So she at one point in time stated that the family would only speak to investigators. But I just found it odd because he's sitting down and he's talking to Tatum. So what made her agree with this? I mean, he is an adult at the end of the day. He does make his own decisions. Warren looks like he's like older than 18. He carries himself like he's older than 18, right? I mean, if you met Warren and you didn't know anything about this case, you probably wouldn't think that he was 18 years old, right? I mean, he just looks like he's like 22, 23 years old. And he just talks like it. I mean, and he seems like he has a lot of knowledge when it comes to the boats, which is crazy. But his mother, at one point in time, she also stated that their family would only speak to investigators. And then also, she stated that, what else did she say here? I can't remember, but no, that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say was, what's really odd is I heard that Warren's mother graduated, I think it was high school, with Warren's mom, the judge, which is crazy, right? Warren's mother graduated high school with Nolan's mother. And that's crazy to me. I mean, if that's true, I mean, that's what it says. That's what sources say. I mean, upon, doing research, that's what I've discovered here online just earlier, which is interesting. I mean, they would have to, maybe they don't go back. Maybe they weren't friends. But I mean, that kind of I don't know. Why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't she be comfortable with Nolan going over there if they kind of know each other, So I found that interesting. And look it up. Maybe you'll find it for yourself, but that's what it stated online. So anyways, we had the autopsy reports done. Well, one of them, but there's also another one that's pending. So the district attorney, which is Angel Myers, I think it's McRath or something. I can't pronounce the last name. So they made it clear that Nola's case is being handled the same way with the same care and the same commitment to the truth that will bring, that they bring to all of the deaths of investigations. They also stated that they wouldn't release evidence or autopsy details yet. The case must go before a grand jury before they do so. And we know that the investigators are obviously working actively. We know FBI is involved in this case. Also, another thing. So as far as who's doing the autopsy, it's a gentleman by the name of Dr. Rogers Mitchell, and he's a chief. He's a medical examiner of Washington, and he also is the president of the National Medical Association. So it's the largest and the oldest organization of Black physicians in the U.S. And one of the things that we learned that he examined yesterday or brought to our attention was the throat structures were removed. Pretty much where they are exactly, whether they were preserved, tested, or discarded with the little things that we discovered revolving around some of the autopsy report. Also, Mitchell is the reason that they did the independent autopsy. So he's the one who did the independent autopsy. The person who's actually, withholding this, who got the body first as far as examinations, their name has not been revealed yet. We don't even know who that person is. So I don't know why people are saying that this guy is the one who's doing the actual autopsy, but he's not. He's not. A lot of people were giving me crap in the comment section the other day because I keep saying autopsy, so I'll make sure I say autopsy since it's bothering a lot of people. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes my head is everywhere and I don't really pronounce everything right. So you could beat me up for it. I don't mind. Where was I, though? Where was I? So yeah, I looked it up though. I was just trying to see, who was actually doing the examination, the autopsy on the parts that were missing in the body. And from what I saw online, none of that stuff is public, as far as the specific person who is withholding that. And I think they're only doing that because they're going to get to the bottom of this. They're going to figure it out to determine whether or not, Nolan was killed or he was, he drowned, it was accidental, So I was looking at some things on Facebook, and you got to be careful with Facebook because, well, Facebook doesn't always have true stuff. Sometimes it's a lot of fake stuff going. Well, there's always a lot of fake stuff going on Facebook. And remember when we watched Warren was saying that he walked over to his brother because somebody came up to him and said that he and his brother got into a scuffle, or his brother got into a scuffle with somebody. Peep this out, because this is kind of bothered me. And I don't know if this is really the actual day, because again, it's on Facebook and I'm skeptical about Facebook sometimes. But just check this video out real quick. So I don't know if that's his brother though. That's the thing. And what bothers me is, let me continue, because look, there's an adult right on the other side of the guy in the blue shorts right here. It's an actual adult, and he looks like he's probably the one who socked him in the face or whatever he did. Like, because all the other kids seem to be trying to break it up. But I mean, if this is the day of, and at some point Warren walks over, then where is Warren? But look at this guy. He is angry. And these are kids. Kids. And he's backing up. That dude is scared. That guy is losing his chops, guys. And these people are speaking a whole other language. Like, is this not the, like, is this, where is this? I mean, is this can't be the island because there's trees. So there's fake stuff going on Facebook. Not true. So if you see this on Facebook, this is not the island. This is all something else. But they're acting like this is something to do with the Nolan thing. But anyways, I wanted to show you this just real quick here. So this is supposed to be a friend that has spoken out about Nolan here. I didn't mean to show Mary's message there. So this is a friend that has spoken out about Nolan, which is interesting. So check this out.
Last people to see Nolan Wells alive is speaking out to Inside Edition today. 18-year-old Nolan vanished during 4th of July celebrations on an island off the coast of Mississippi. His body washed up 2 days later.
There were so many people. I mean, boats, they were like on top of each other almost, like, I mean, it was intense.
Lucas Aviz is a college classmate of Nolan at Southwest Mississippi Community College. He says he went to Horn Island with his family and friends on a different boat and ran into Nolan there.
I'd say he's pretty hammered.
Who is this guy?
His movement was slow.
Nolan and 3 friends had arrived on Horn Island at around 11 a.m. According to authorities, the friends say they left around 4:30 p.m., but they say Nolan told them that he was staying behind. According to reports, he had met a young lady and wanted to hang out with her. Lucas says he was devastated when he heard later that night that his friend was missing.
He may have been taken by the current, and I'm guessing he drowned. There's a certain part of the island where the current is pretty strong.
Inside Edition cameras returned to Horn Island.
I want to go back real quick.
Inside
the island where the current is pretty strong.
So that's the actual island, okay? Because there's no trees on this island.
I'm guessing he drowned. There's a certain part of the island where the current is pretty strong.
And he's right about that comment.
Inside Edition cameras returned to
a lot of people have said that.
It's an uninhabited barrier island in the Gulf and a favorite destination for teens who want to party. There are also dangerous currents. This video shows how crowded the island was that day. No matter how it came about, nothing can take away the pain of Nolan.
So anyway, I don't know who that kid is. I've never seen that kid. I've yet to see him do any type of interview. And again, this is on Facebook. And, you know, we got people speaking out all over Facebook. Why are these people picking different platforms, though? I don't get that. And why did Warren, I'm trying to understand why Warren chose to sit down with Tatum instead of choosing a much bigger platform, because I think anybody in the world would kill to interview any of these kids. You know, as far as this, you know, this case, anybody would. Anybody. All right, so one more video real quick. I just want to go through these. Remember, the first one's fake. I just wanted to show you guys that because I'm just, you know, it's just kind of a reminder to some of these videos. I'm addressing some of these because people are running with stuff and bringing stuff to my attention. And some of this stuff is just not legitimate stuff. This right here, I'm questioning this one here. I'm not too sure. So this kid is threatening, saying that if somebody does not come forward, he is going to tell the truth. He's going to reveal the truth. So listen to what he says.
One of two choices. One, they can, the way I see it is they have one of two choices.
And this is TikTok.
They can make things right, or two, I leak everything. I leak everything.
I mean, that's
The way I
crazy.
see it is they have one of two choices. One, they can make things right, or two, I leak everything. I leak everything.
I don't know about that, guys. I don't know. I don't know if this guy's trolling, but if this guy is really being honest, this needs to go to the FBI immediately. If this guy really has information, there's a reward on the line. There's a $125,000 reward on the line, dude. Go get that money. Go get the money. They don't have answers yet. My goodness. Why are you playing games? People are really online playing games like this is a joke. This is somebody's family going through a terrible, very tragic loss here, for crying out loud. I mean, these people are insane. I mean, the fact that he even said that, and I don't care if he's being honest or not. I just think that was foolish. I mean, just go give this information to the right people. I mean, come on, stop threatening people. If you know, then go tell somebody. If you know something, say something. Domsey, I appreciate it so much. Thanks so much for the 10 gifted subs. Shouts to Domsey. I appreciate that a lot. If you are officially a member of the channel, welcome to the family, guys. Welcome to the team. Welcome, guys. I appreciate the gifted memberships. Insane, man. Much love to you. God bless you, Domsey. Always showing love and support to the channel. And I saw your post on X earlier. Domsey has been on YouTube doing some lives. Make sure you guys go check out her channel. I believe it's under your name, right? Did you change it? I don't know if she changed it or not. I thought it was just under Domsey the last time I looked at it, but I saw like a new, like you had a different name for your channel. I like that. I can't remember what the name exactly was that you posted on X today, but I think it's Domsey 303. I don't know if she's went live lately. However, I know you had a panel going the other day. Insane. Shouts to Domsey. Doing her thing. Proud of you. Keep going. That's dope. Domsey in the building. Much love, Domsey. And she's currently at just getting started. And this is her page here, guys. So go check her out. Subscribe. I'm pretty sure she's gonna have some interesting things going on this channel. I have high hopes. And I know for sure this is going to be a good channel, for sure. I already know it. She's a very smart lady. Domsey 303. I remember I couldn't even say her name right at one point in time. Much love, Domsey. I was trying to look for a picture real quick here. Well, I actually have the picture, but I got to find it. So anyways, guys, while I'm looking for that here, I just wanted to say also, so there's been a lot of rumors going around that are being spread that Crump is not allowing the cadaver dogs to search, but really the boat is considered like physical evidence. So in-depth investigations, you know, that's pretty much how it goes. And because of that, only the sheriff office can authorize forensic access. Crump can't allow or block anything. He can request like pressure or demand, but he can't override, police custody. And I think Crump is doing too much for the position that he's in. I mean, he's a lawyer. He's reading, autopsies, acting like he's like a professional when it comes to this stuff. I mean, somebody else should have done that. Somebody else should be reading that, those results and addressing what, they're actually reading. He had no idea the other day what he was really talking about, to be honest. But anyway, like I said, Crump is, he can't, he can't allow or block anything. He can't request pressure. All he can do is pressure or demand, but he can't override police custody. And Crump also publicly said, pretty much what his position was. He wants the boat fully searched. He wants the cadaver dogs used. And then, he also got that independent, forensic review. But, his team has repeatedly said that the Wells family is asking for the forensic testing. And pretty much, nothing less. They just want this case to be handled, like any other case would be handled for the most part. And once the forensic teams get involved, guys, they're not, the sheriff department is no longer in full control. It's no longer in their hands. They lose control of that evidence. So and also another thing that people don't know with the cadaver dogs is they hold a risk of contamination. So the dogs can produce false positives. So that's why they're very cautious on the cadaver dogs in some cases. But Crump he's definitely pushing for more forensic access for sure. But obviously law enforcement is restricting that access to they want to remain in control of, the evidence that they currently have. So just to kind of clear the air on that, he's definitely not, refusing that, because I saw, Nancy Grace reported that he was refusing to, have the cadaver dogs, search the boat, but I don't think that that's the case. He's actually pushing for anything and everything for the most part. That's from what I heard, at least. And it's also online as well. So I don't know where she's getting that information from. But I mean, Nancy Grace is great. So I mean, I could be wrong, I guess. But again, just to go through it, I just wanted to share a picture of the gentleman here who's actually did the autopsy, the independent autopsy. One of the things we were looking at yesterday, as well as the back of the head, the discoloration, and a lot of people, I think, were in awe. We heard them when we watched the autopsy the autopsy results. Let me stop saying I, because I keep saying that. But there was a lot of oohs and ahs. And, mainly I think that's because there were certain things missing, like the organs, like the throat. Certain things were missing. But I think at the end of the day, those things are being kept for good cause. And people aren't realizing that. They're taking it as something may just be, being covered up. And lo and behold, it just might be. It might be. We never know. But this is the guy who did the independent autopsy, okay? He is the one. That's Mitchell there. So he is the one who's given Crump all of this stuff that he went over yesterday. Very, very smart individual there for sure. And I think, he's doing a fantastic job, but the real results, we don't really know who's doing that. As far as the toxicology or toxicologist, whatever you call them, that name hasn't publicly been named as of yet. So we're still waiting on that. And honestly, I don't think we're going to really get those results until this goes before a grand jury. And if we don't, that's really going to suck. So the other autopsies, we're probably not going to know publicly. So I'm not going to expect that. I'm not going to get my hopes up for that part of it. Is Warren telling the truth? Do you guys think he's being honest? Do you feel like there was some lies in between? Was he really a close friend to Nolan Wells? Why did he sit down with Tatum? Why didn't he pick anybody else? Why Tatum? I've been hearing a lot of comments. They said, well, he chose Tatum because he's black and he's trustworthy. Come on, people. That's not a good, valid reason for him to sit down and choose this guy. It's not. Officer Tatum sat down and had an interview with Warren.
I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing, and I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like just joking with him. And but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously, no one is getting left at the island that came with us unless they demanded to, be there and asked, this is a very common thing at Horn Island. When you're out there, a lot of people ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times.
Well, that's pretty stupid, buddy. I don't think that's a very good idea, especially being drunk. But hey, to each their own. Somebody came in the comment sections earlier, just yesterday, and they said, what questions would you have for Warren if you were to ask him questions? Well, one of my questions would probably be why they took no for an answer, and I get it based on his story. They were pretty much in a panic, like it was kind of leave now or we're taking a risk of the boat sinking. Remember he explains the Belge and all the crap that was going on with the boat because, the boat was overflowing with water. And at one point in time, everybody on the boat was panicking. He also stated that there were several witnesses that heard Nolan say that he was staying back. Another question I would have for him is, did you ever ask Nolan if he's going, who he's going to catch a ride with? So you just assume that it would just be some random person. Was it ever a concern that you would be in fear for his safety at all, as far as him making it home safely? Did Nolan know this place well? Has he ever been to Horn Island? Because this guy, he seems like he's been there so many times. He seems like he's got so much knowledge to boats. This guy, it almost sounds like he works on the things, for crying out loud. I'm looking at this guy in this interview, Warren, like, is he even 18? I mean, he does got a mother that's, a judge. So, I guess the expectation is for him to be very smart. I mean, kids are smart nowadays regardless, but I don't know, guys. I don't know. I just don't know what to think about this interview as of right now. And I told you guys the other day, I'm not taking this information and running with it because, there's been situations where somebody does stuff like this and they turn out to be lying or the killer or, covering up for somebody. You just never know anymore. You never know. But I'm going to hold on to it. And he does sound like a trustworthy person. But I'm definitely not going to. I'm holding him to, what he's saying, at least for right now. But I'm telling you, the results right now online have not been very good. They haven't been good. A lot of people, I'm not going to lie, have really, they haven't agreed with him being a close friend. They haven't agreed to the fact that he's telling the truth. A lot of people think this guy is lying. I don't know, Chad. What do you guys think? Is he being honest? DJ says, I'm trying very hard to not see in this race in this case. He was a human, a baby. Yeah, and it just sucks that the lawyer and Sharp are bringing this into the situation to me. Angel says, what do you think? I don't know. I don't feel like he's being completely honest about everything. I feel like there's a conversation that took place with he and his mother, considering she's a judge and she's going to be able to coach him on, not only what to say and what not to say, but also to be careful of what you say. That could maybe get you in trouble type of thing too. But it's just a lack of emotion for me. And like I said, he doesn't need to cry. He doesn't have to cry. You know, but there's no emotion in this kid whatsoever to me. And I don't like that. I just don't like that at all. And I know you can beat me up for it. You can beat me up for it. And just say, well, because I had some people commenting saying, well, he's just probably like that, or he's probably, he's a man. So, I don't know. I mean, there was no, even telling his story, there's no, he doesn't even play it out. Like, he's not like playing it back through and expressing those emotions. He's explaining the story, but he's not I guess he's not kind of demonstrating how people were. He's just saying it. Calm and collected, very smart kid. But I can't call it. I'm not really feeling it. Sounds like you're a therapist? Oh, no. Not even close. On the physical side, yeah, but not not on the sit down and talking side, no. Big M53 says, Troy, you barely show emotion, Simone? No way. Stop it. I'd cry right now at ease. If I lost a friend on that boat, come on, man. People have seen me emotional on this stream more than 2-3 times. I'm definitely an emotional person. And in a situation like this, I'm definitely going to be, emotional. And not in the sense of even crying, but I'm going to express, some type of empathy toward my friend. But he's just casually sitting here having an interview. And it almost appears to me like nothing ever happened. Like, yeah, Nolan was this, Nolan was that. Yeah, and he's just so comfortable. Like, there's no, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I can't call it. You read my message. Oh my God, goosebumps now. From God send ARC Michael Angel. Is that the big welcome slap, by the way? Is that the other kid that you're mentioning? Is there another kid that went missing? Is Juice a Democrat? I know we're not taking it to politics. He sounds disassociated. Hey, good point. I like the way you put that. You found some really good words to make it make more sense. See, you must have better word selection than I do. That's for sure. He's not a girl to cry. You don't have to be a girl to cry. Men cry. Are you guys really going to give him that? You're going to give him that because he's a guy? All right, we'll take it. But like I said, he does not have to cry to express emotions. You don't have to cry to show empathy. That's my point. But the body language is great for somebody who has lost somebody. Great in the sense of just like, he's, first of all, he seems like he's, the way he articulates himself, he articulates himself very well, but he's, how can I put this in words? So just look at his body language. Let's just watch this real quick here.
It's a very common thing, but Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said,
How many people heard that? Were there just,
at least
just a
5
few, or?
to, I mean, everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do, you know? I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
Correct.
for Nolan to get on. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, you know.
So I think, and get that, you know, why did he say he has a picture of that? For what reason did he take a picture of that?
Because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, you know, this is the last time I saw him, you know, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah, and so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now, explain how...
Thanks for the jewels, guys. I appreciate it, by the way.
You were concerned about Nolan, because obviously you said, hey, Nolan, y'all need to, or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan needed to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you guys, like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, you know, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in, you know. I don't want to sink out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down. And the motor trimmed down, my buddy Wyatt pulled the plug, and we planed off. We moved all the weight to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And eventually we planed off, and the boat was running. So when you're planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, you know, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 42 miles an hour.
How does this kid know so much about these boats? I mean, he is supposed to be, what, 18 years old? And he seems like he knows like every detail about these boats. You know? How old is this kid? Is he really 18, or is this guy like a senior in high school? I don't even know if I looked that up. Let's look that up real quick. Maybe he's not a freshman. Good Lord. I mean, he just seems like he's just a lot older. But I don't know if it even says, his age online. No, it says it's not even available. But I'm assuming since they shared, moments in school together that they're the same age. So here's the thing. I want to talk about the phone. So the phone was actually, there was supposedly the mother reported that when they got the phone, there was some, deleted things in Nolan's phone. My question would be, who had the password? If this turns out to be true, who had the password to that phone? Because it's not common for someone to not have a password to get in their phone. And I also think a guy is more likely to give their password to a girlfriend or a girl before they do it with like a guy friend, especially for a guy who's taking a girl serious, like in a serious way. Like they want something genuinely real with a girl. And some guys just don't do that. But at least speaking for myself, I'm thinking about it, I'm more likely to do that, with my girlfriend rather than, My best friend. My best friend doesn't have my password, and I don't have his. But I can't compare my friends' relationships to anybody else's. But I was just thinking about that. You know, how did they even get in Nolan's phone? You know, if this turns out to be true. Another thing, it's not just the autopsy that we're waiting for. We're waiting for the digital evidence. So not just the autopsy, the digital evidence as well. That's going to be huge in this case because it's going to determine what happened, when whatever happened, and you know when it was exactly deleted for whatever was deleted, if anything was deleted. So I think that's one of the biggest things or the biggest breaks that I'm waiting for in this case is that digital evidence, because that's probably more likely. Well, there's a chance that could be back a lot sooner than the autopsy. For Nancy's, I think it was fairly quick. At least for, the phone pings that they were able to do in the neighborhood. I mean, within days they were detaining Carlos, and his phone pinged in the neighborhood. So, I mean, I can only imagine that they'll be able to come up with some type of information surrounding the phone. However, I don't know if they're going to publicly say that. Maybe they're going to save this for the grand jury. I don't know. But I'm hoping that they do. But the digital evidence is really going to reveal a lot for sure. And that's why I'm just like, why aren't people talking? Because these guys are going to start figuring stuff out. Slowly but surely. Chrissy says they were lifelong friends. That's not what he said. Well, I mean, he said that they didn't become close friends until middle school. So, I mean, yeah, they might have been lifelong friends, but them actually being like close friends, it happened later in their life. So Nolan's mother said that. Okay, all right, okay. That they were lifelong friends. I believe it. But, I mean, he did say that they weren't close, though, until later on. Nolan's mother said the N-word? Oh, she has every right to say that. I mean, black people say that all the time. It's normal. Slap says being drunk, washing, drink beer. They didn't do that. Instead, send the drunk home in the way fight. I don't know if I'm understanding what you're saying exactly. You might want to kind of retype that if you can. Tammy says, what about the adults? They drove boats, had the alcohol to hand out. Everyone was intoxicated in one way or another. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, and I said this already. I mean, these people out here are not really able to even make decisions for themselves, because they were under the influence. I mean, not good ones. I mean, it's kind of hard to make good decisions under the influence, I guess, on a regular, or regular normal decisions. I mean, you're intoxicated. And this says no one should be saying the N-word. No, that's BS. That's normal for black people. I mean, I used to say it all the time. Why is she allowed to say it, Juice? Who's allowed to say it? What's going on? So confused. Why are we talking about the N-word? Ali, big welcomes. Good to see you. Shouts to all the mods tuning in here, by the way. Giddy up, go Kimmy. Good seeing you. Shouts to all the members tuning in, by the way. Angel, big welcomes, by the way. Shouts to Mary tuning in here as well. From experience, and the drunk never want to go home. If you home, the drunk will come back. Yeah, I like that. I like that comment by Slap because, yeah, and that's the thing. And that's why I said that would have probably been my first question is why did they, take no for an answer? They should have been dragging Nolan on that boat. He should not have been left there. I don't care who he was trying to stay with. And why didn't they stay longer? Because of the boat issue, or were they planning on getting out of there anyways? Somebody's saying there's an interview with a kid named Javon. I haven't seen that interview at all, I don't think. And that's supposed to be on TMZ, Ali? Matt, I'm not sure if I got your text at all. Oh, I did. I don't know which one you're talking about, though. Are you talking about the text when you're talking about public access? Yeah, young drunks are worse. And I said this yesterday, guys. Remember, I mean, these kids are barely learning their tolerance. They don't even know their tolerance yet. So they don't know when to stop drinking. They don't know what to drink. They don't know, not to mix drinks. Like I said yesterday, don't mix light with dark because that's a really foolish idea and you'll probably regret it. So I want to talk about some of these ransoms here, but real quick, there's this guy. I always watch him. I love his channel, and I believe he goes by the name of Flacco. Great dude, man. I love his videos. He was on. He used to be on a podcast called No Jumper. I don't know if you guys ever seen that podcast, but check out what he had to say about Tatum and Warren.
Nolan Wells' friends Warren did an interview recently where he spoke about the backlash they've been getting since Nolan Wells' death and all the allegations. Now, to me, this interview did them no favors, to be honest, because first off, the person they chose to do the interview with is like one of the most despicable, worst human beings probably on planet Earth, which obviously is hyperbole, but he's not too far off. Like, this dude is terrible. Brandon Tatum is not the person you want to do an interview with if you want for us to receive this interview with fair lenses. And if you're really close friends with Nolan and you want the world to believe that, you probably shouldn't do an interview with a man who has spent the last couple of weeks disrespecting Nolan's mom, calling her a grifter, a race hustler, all type of names. You probably don't want to do an interview with that man. Now, Officer Tatum oversold his interview drastically, bruh. Before the interview dropped, he was doing promo runs for the interview, talking about how this interview debunks everything and this interview solves the Nolan Wells mystery and this interview is what people need to watch to hear the truth. So he oversold this and then dramatically and drastically underdelivered.
Got to say something real quick. Benjamin Crump should be ashamed of himself. Al Sharpton should be ashamed of themselves. I'm right here in Mississippi. It's crazy that I had to fly down here to even get this information. They've been lying on these boys. I got evidence, and I'm going to show it to you, and I'm going to lay it out for you. It is a shame that boy Nolan did not get the respect that he deserved. In my opinion, they turned his death into a racial thing, destroying the community. You name it, they did it. And we got evidence that it wasn't just 4 boys with him. We got evidence that they asked Nolan to get back on the boat, and he refused to because he grown. We got evidence that the boys reached out to the parents, that Benjamin Crump and them didn't refuse to reach out to these boys. And I've talked to them. I've seen the evidence with my own eyes. I've seen that there was more than just 4 people. There was 3 boats full of kids. I know that they left and they had nothing to do with this. And instead of them saying and standing up for these boys and saying, look, we don't know what happened. We want justice for Nolan. These boys didn't have no involvement. Instead, they want to make it about race. And it is a shame. And I'm so heated, man. I went out to Horn Island. We got all the video. We got the interviews. The boys wanted to talk to me because I'm the only one there to give them a voice because everybody else is fake, fraudulent, looking out for themselves. And it's a shame, man.
Get over yourself, bruh. Yo, you think that you were the only person willing to interview these boys? Man, clearly not. Yo, they could have contacted any media outlet on planet Earth. They could have contacted Fox News. They could have contacted TMZ. They could have contacted anybody on planet Earth and they would have interviewed them. They picked you because you are a black guy. It's really that simple, bruh. All right, you are a black guy that's willing to tap dance and shuck and jive and do what you got to do, right, to cater to the dominant society. That's why they picked you. They didn't pick you because you were the only one willing to interview him, because that's absurd.
I don't really know if I agree with that comment about him just being black. I mean, come on, Flacco. You threw me off on that one.
They picked you because you are willing to do what you need to do, which is tap dance. It's really that simple. You're a black man who can tap dance. Facts. Now, the interview that he promised is not the interview we got, like, at all. Like, not one bit, bruh. Nothing about this interview is revolutionary. Nothing about this interview is breaking news. So first off, during the interview, the first thing I spotted was the kid Warren, who's the son of the judge, by the way. He starts to say, yo, Nolan Wells is his best friend. That him and Nolan Wells been friends since middle school up to college, and Nolan Wells is his best friend. And then the follow-up question will be a follow-up question that damn near any best friend will be able to answer, and this dude just fumbled it.
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean, Nolan was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother. I grew up through elementary, middle school, high school, and even our freshman year of college. You know, we talked on the phone all the time. We were really close friends. And I mean, Nolan was like a brother to me. And Nolan lit up every room he walked in. He always had a smile on his face. He always had something good to say. I've never seen Nolan get in an argument with somebody and say bad things about someone. You know, there's a lot of people that talk crap nowadays, and Nolan was never that person. Sweetest soul ever. And I mean, I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never got in an argument with Nolan. We were super close, and I've never said or will ever have anything bad to say about Nolan Wells.
Yeah, and you guys, you said you kind of grew up together. Mm-hmm. Did you know his mom, or how was that? Because I saw in the media where it appears that she may have said, at least I saw in part, that she said as if she didn't know any of you guys.
Right. Well, Nolan, a lot of the times was at like my house and at my buddy's house. We never went to Nolan's house and hung out. I mean, and my friend group's very, very tight knit. I mean, we hang out every day when we're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And I mean, we were never at Nolan's house, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But
hold on, bro. Hold on, man. First off, he never asked if you went to Nolan's house. Now, you not going to his house and you've been his best friend since 8th grade, like, that's weird. He asked, have you ever met his mom? You said you and Nolan Wells have been best friends since middle school. Middle school is 7th grade for some and then 6th grade for others. So let's just say since the 6th grade, right? Because middle school starts at 6th grade for some people. So you've been his friend since 6th grade. And you mean to tell me you never met his mom? How does that make sense? So his middle school graduation, you never met his mom at the middle school graduation? Oh, okay, like, that's weird. All right. You never met his mom at one of his football games that you attended because you're his best friend? All right, that's weird. His mom never dropped him off at your crib? All right, that's weird. You never went to go celebrate his birthday and his mom was there? So Nolan never had a birthday party ever in life. So Nolan's never had no celebration ever in life that you was there to attend. All right, man. That's weird. Nolan, mom never dropped her off to, I don't know, man, you know, to like the fair or something. So y'all been best friends since middle school. as early as maybe 6th grade, and you have not had an interaction with his mom ever, but that's your best friend, man. All right, man. Yo, listen, yo, when you started off like this, bruh, when you started off with this nonsense, what that tells me, it tells me particularly, yeah, you just talking. Like, you just yapping. Or you're trying to make y'all seem a tad bit closer than you guys actually are to, you know, to kind of say, hey, man, yo, that's my best friend, man. Why would I do such a thing?
And you know how it is when somebody dies, guys. We can't act like we don't know. When somebody dies, you know, you got so many people acting like they were closer to you than you guys actually were. You know, not only that, people talk highly of you and express things about you that they would never tell to your face or tell about you when you're here. But when you're gone, you know, oh, they're such a good person and this and that. It's the truth. It's the truth. That's why I hate, so, you know, it's a love and hate thing for me. That's why I hate it when, you know, I just don't like the fact that people have to talk good about people once they're gone. But when they're here, you know, the same things don't apply. You know what I mean? And I just don't like that. It doesn't sit well. It doesn't sit well with me. And the points that he's bringing up, I mean, it's true. It's very true. And I was questioning that too, as far as, you know, him being, you know, like somebody brought in chat. I mean, just the emotion to me is the one that just doesn't really sit with me well. It's just the emotion. If that's your best friend, you would be some type of, you know, we won't even say he has to cry. We won't even say he has to show empathy. There would be some type of stress. He doesn't even look stressed. He just looks too comfortable. He just looks way too just chillax. Like, I don't know, I'm getting a vibe that he can't have an emotion for him because they were never really all that close. I'm just getting that vibe, like that he's not as affected as he says he is by the situation. He didn't even say he was affected by the situation, as a matter of fact. But it doesn't seem like he's affected at all, is what I'm really getting at. It doesn't seem like, you know, it's bothering him in any way at all. You know, I guess it bothered him enough to sit down and have this interview. Maybe he's very good at hiding emotions when he's in front of cameras or he's in front of people. There are people like that, so I can give him that. You know, I could say maybe he's one of those people that when they're around people, they don't really show any emotions. But, you know, when they get home, you know, behind closed doors, then they let it all out. It's understandable. I could give him that.
The funny part about it is the family ain't saying you did a goddamn thing. All they're saying is, yo, we just want an independent investigation. We just want to figure out what happened. Right? Now, Brandon Tatum says that this interview had undoubtable evidence that Nolan Wells drowned and that these kids are innocent. But the evidence he provided is absolutely nothing. It's just, he said, she said. It's the same nonsense. For example, bro provided a footage of Nolan Wells' friends and Nolan, I guess, hopping on the boat and going to Horn Island together. And he's presenting this footage as exclusive footage that proves the truth. And I'm sitting there like, yo, this dummy, what? Yeah, we know that Nolan went to the Horn Island with them together. Yeah, that's the whole point. What are you talking about? Like, how does this footage prove anything?
He's getting onto the boat, and they took 3 boats out. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just Nolan and 4 boys. It was a multitude of people on several different boats. And some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on. But let me show you from the vantage point where I have the video to prove that I'm here where I say I am. And so right now, here's the angle that you're gonna see on the footage. It's just from probably that boat to, you know, maybe about 30, 40 feet here to the right. And this is where the video is showing how many people were actually out there, actually getting on the boats So therefore, it debunks very clearly that it was only Nolan and 4 boys.
Huh? Is this man slow? Yo, before I go in, can anybody confirm whether or not Officer Tatum has an intellectual disability? Because if he does, like, I don't want to go like too crazy on him, bruh. Right? What? Who? This here debunks that he was only with the 4 friends on the boat. What? When was this ever?
It doesn't even matter.
No, the thing is, he was on the boat with friends. And we only got 4 names because those are the 4 names that apparently was at the house when the parents went to go pick up the phone. That's why we got the 4 names. And then there's pictures that surfaced of them together on the island. But the narrative has always been, he was on a boat with friends. He was on the boat with friends. He went to the island with friends. And he came, and those friends he went with, they said that he told them that he was gonna catch a ride and he was gonna talk to Katie. Katie says, I didn't hear that. No, he told me he was leaving to go with his friends.
Yeah, this guy's great.
He went to the island with friends, and those friends came back with his phone.
He's not always he's not always presenting facts.
And he was not
for the most
present.
part, he does pretty good.
That's what we're talking about here, Tatum. How many friends was on the boat does not matter at all. It does not mean a goddamn thing. And whether there was 3 boats or 4 boats or 1 means nothing. Nolan Wells was on 1 boat. 1 boat. And that boat had his phone. That boat had all his belongings. And apparently when these friends told him, hey, bro, we leaving, he says, okay, you can leave. And they went and took his phone with them. He came with a group of friends. The group of friends came back safe, and Nolan Wells was found dead. That's what we're talking about. What does any of this prove?
That's the thing, too. And I like his point that he made is like, to be honest, guys, after this interview, what changed? What really changed in this case? Nothing. Nothing at all. It's almost like it never even happened. I mean, people are talking about it, but no one believes this kid. It was like the interview went through everyone's ear and out the other. Like, no one is really like taking his word for it. So, I mean, at least it's all documented. And then, moving forward, hopefully whatever he's saying, it all comes to light and turns out to be true. However, Tatum really didn't reveal anything. He's 100% correct in that regard. I would have to agree. I mean, it didn't really get us anywhere. And, another interesting point is, did Tatum even ask the right questions? Did he ask enough good questions to get to the bottom of everything? He asked good questions. But he never, he made the interview seem like he was going to sit this guy down. Before he even spoke to him, he knew everything he was telling him leading up to the interview was true. And the way that he asked the questions, he was pretty much like, yo, make sure you tell him this. I'm going to ask this question and make sure you tell him this, okay? Because we need to clear the air. Okay, boom. I'm going to ask another question real quick so you could go ahead and let them know, like, no, that didn't happen, just to clear the air. You're not even questioning anything. You don't have anything in your mind that you're, like, suspicious about at all. You're just going to continue just asking questions, but not question any questions. That's what's odd to me. I think he should have definitely still went in this interview like if he wasn't believing everything this kid was saying. That would have made, it not only more interesting, but it could have opened up more doors to, whether or not this guy's really being truthful or not. There could have been just more in question, but he went into this interview like, no, I trust this kid. I know this kid's telling the truth. And that's exactly how he asked all these questions. He was not skeptical of any question that he asked him whatsoever. His thing was he was giving these kids a voice, a chance to be able to voice their opinions. And it almost sounds like he promised somebody that he wouldn't throw him under the bus in any way by questioning his questions. or questioning his answers, in other words. That's what I don't like. You know, anytime you have a situation like this, you should definitely be not only more aggressive to certain questions, but you should definitely be questioning questions. You should definitely make sure, you know, this person's not lying in some type of way. You know, you should definitely be on edge. You know what I mean? But he wasn't. And I mean, that's just crazy to me. Because you have all of this controversy going on. You have all of these friends reaching out and saying things, and no one's story aligns with one another's. No one's stories are the same. It seems like every friend has a different story. And that's why this entire story revolving around Nolan is so conflicting, because all of these stories are different. And I just don't know why Tatum didn't have a sense of urgency to go into this interview with that mindset, that, you know, to dig a little deeper, as in, look, I'm going to try to find something here that's not really adding up to me, and I'm going to really dig into it. He didn't do that. So maybe Tatum needs to do another interview, and this time, don't be so nice. But I mean, he's supposed to be a trustworthy person to this guy, Warren. So I'm skeptical whether or not that, you know, he didn't want to do that. So Mary sent me a video, and I think you guys were talking about one of the kids that were interviewed. And I think Ollie was talking about it in the chat by the name of Javon, right? So apparently this guy did an interview with TMZ. TMZ took the interview down. However, we were able to find it. So let's check it out. See what you guys are talking about here. I think I remember seeing this kid. I can't remember exactly what he said, though.
There might have been a confrontation or something like that. You know, if I get along with the community.
So I seen Nolan. As soon as I seen Nolan,
she got the wallet and the phone.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back here. I think it's about here.
There might have been a confrontation or something like that. You know, if I get along with the community.
So I seen Nolan. As soon as I seen Nolan, he's like, "Hey, bro, what's that?"
Okay, hang on.
Everyone at Horn Island, like that live on the coast, were there pretty much. Obviously, it was older people. There was a lot of people there, like honestly. But I seen Nolan whenever I had got out there around. I got out there around 11 o'clock. I had walked down to their boat. I had seen him, and it was like a whole bunch of people.
Okay, so his boat is not tied up. So his boat, whoever he's on a boat with, is not tied up. And he sounds like he's more east, because he's like, I had to walk down, and we obviously know that they're at the tip end. So he's walking down.
Well, I didn't expect it. I had got out there around. I got out there around 11 o'clock. I had walked down to their boat. I had seen him, and it was like a whole bunch of people. I didn't expect it. So I seen Nolan. As soon as I seen Nolan, he's like, "Hey, bro, what you doing? Like, I love you, dog. I love you." And then we were just hanging out, you know, chill.
I feel like Nolan was around all of those like 23-year-olds. Like he was around people that graduated. Like when he would have been in like 8th grade, these kids would have been seniors. Like that's just like that's the age gap we're talking about here. 18, 23, like 5 years.
Just having a good time. And then so around, I want to say around 3:40, 4 o'clock, altercation had happened between one of my other friends. I don't want to say his name, but he had got an altercation. So I went and checked on him for about 20 minutes, 20 to 15 minutes. I came back, Nolan's boat and the people that he was with were gone. But
right there, Nolan's boat and the people that he was with were gone. Nolan was with 30 people. You see, I was just talking about one boat. This isn't squaring for me. Okay. Nolan was there with 3 boats tied up together.
And see, guys, this is the problem. This is the problem right here. All of these stories are different. If I'm sitting down and I'm having an interview with any of these friends, I'm literally asking questions as if I already know there's going to be some lack of honesty here. I'm already knowing it because these kids are scared. They're kids. They're scared. I mean, obviously, they're going to protect themselves. They'll try to, I mean, some of these kids already got lawyers.
And so since he didn't go out there with him, how do you know which boat he came in there on?
Good point.
The thing about the two boats that I said, there were two boats tied up. So therefore, I didn't know which boat Nolan exactly was.
There you go. See?
He's
saying there's
contradicting
two boats
himself.
tied up, which makes sense now. Boom. That means the boat that already left was gone. Holy shit. Wait a second. Oh my God, hold on.
Nolan's boat and the people that he was with were gone. But the thing about the two boats that I said.
By the way, real quick, what made TMZ take this video down? Just figured I'd ask that question.
There were two boats tied up. So therefore, I didn't know which boat Nolan exactly was on because they were both tied up.
Javon, have you seen the video that's been going around social media where people think
That's crucial because we need to know, did you see did you ever see three boats tied up? Because if he never saw three boats tied up and he saw Nolan after, meaning he sees Nolan and there was only two boats tied up, that means that boat left. And that's huge. And that's what I've been saying is that boat's gone.
Hi, real quick, just to comment on your comment. She says, "Yeah, Lloyd, guilty or not guilty?" I think she said. I'm trying to find it, but mainly she said that it's good to lawyer up, and I agree. And when you have kids in situations like these, kids will, especially kids. I mean, even adults, but kids are more likely to point the finger at somebody and say he did it. Just to try to prevent themselves from being getting in trouble. And as you can clearly see, like all of these stories don't even line up at all to any of each other's stories. I mean, none of these stories are the same. None of them. I can't even think of one thing that these guys are mentioning that line up. To Warren's story. Warren's story doesn't even say, I mean, they're just different. None of them say the same thing at all whatsoever. So let's continue real quick. I want to see if she plays any more of this video or if this is it.
So he needs to recollect and think, when you walk down, did you ever see three boats tied up? Poof.
think that they're hearing an argument between people and they're wondering whether or not Nolan is one of the people in that argument. You just described that you had another friend, not Nolan, another friend who was in and got into a dispute. Is that video the other argument that you were talking about?
Yes.
So
now I know why this got taken down. Holy shit, now I know why this was taken down. Oh my God. TMZ was asked to take down this video. Oh my God. It's because of that.
But is that Nolan in the video?
I can't tell. It's too far away. But
oh, I did see this video.
I feel like the voices are too clear. Like from the side, it's too clear for it to be that far away, for it to be Nolan arguing. And then also that altercation, it sounds just like my other friend that got into the altercation on the boat. And they were trying to, like, as he was in that altercation, I was calming him down. They were trying to get him out off the island. They were trying to get him back to land because he was just losing it. So
who's they? Who was trying to get him off? Like,
well, describe that. That's kind of interesting. What was that about?
Bro, you know why the situation like really sucked.
We're trying to get him out.
The parents on the boat were trying to. Got it.
Like they were trying to. Like the parents on that boat were trying to get him out.
The parents on the boat were trying to. Got it.
Yeah, but
So
that
there were a lot of adults out there as well as young people.
Warren never said that.
When you say the parents were trying to...
Trayston was losing it because he got in an altercation, which we believe was with Evan, over a conversation he was having with his
girlfriend.
Trayston and his girlfriend were having an argument. We believe Evan, thinks we know it's somebody else in the same age range, comes up and says, hey, like, this isn't cool or whatever. Trayston and this guy get into a physical altercation. The parents get Trayston on the boat, and then Trayston's friends start taking over this fight. And so Trayston wants back off the boat, and he's like, let me fucking go, essentially. Like, let me go. I want off this boat. Like, I need to get to whomever. Like, I think he says, let me at least get my fucking girl. That's what I think he says, but I don't know.
Get him out on a boat. You had mentioned 2 boats. Are those 2 boats different boats? Different boats.
They're different boats. They were on down. They weren't exactly by Nolan and whoever's boat he was on. They were on down.
You're talking to a bunch of people, I'm sure. Boats.
They're different boats. They were on down. They weren't exactly by Nolan and whoever's boat he was on. They were on down.
You're
Okay. Holy shit. He's under the impression that there was only 2 boats tied up. Even when he saw Nolan, that there was 2 boats tied up. There should have been 3.
Yeah,
This
good
means
point.
he saw-
Ollie said it sounds like more like let me get my effing phone. Yeah, I mean it does kind of sound like that. I mean, it sounds like they weren't trying to let him get his phone, but why wouldn't they let him get his phone if that was the case though? You know, what would have stopped, why wouldn't they have wanted him to get his phone? You know, what would be a legitimate reason to be like, you know what, I'm not, why would they be mad at him enough to like say, no, I'm not giving you your phone because he wouldn't get on. So maybe that's why they thought maybe that would provoke him to be like, you know what, forget it. I'm gonna go then, since y'all won't give me my phone, and they legit really didn't give it to him and took off. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. I can't call it. I don't know what would have happened, but that's a good point. That's a very good point. I definitely don't think Warren is being completely honest because I don't think he's, I think one of the things that, his mother being a judge would probably tell him is to be careful what you say because you don't want to incriminate yourself in any way. So don't, tell them everything or don't tell Tatum everything, don't sugarcoat it sugarcoat it. Don't tell him every little bit of detail, based on what happened. And it's like, that's hard to do. You just lost a friend. You truly care about him, and you really want the people to know what, really the truth is. If I'm innocent, guys, I'm innocent and I'm going to give you the whole thing straight up. I'm not gonna sit there and I don't have the heart to leave things out. If I know I'm innocent, I'm innocent. There's no way I can incriminate myself if I'm innocent though. So I mean, and I'm just guessing. I don't know if the his mother told him that or any of these kids were told that. To be careful what you say because you might end up, getting yourself in a whole lot of trouble. I don't know. But I just find it really, really odd, that all these stories are not even close to the same whatsoever. And that's sad. You got people really coming out and claiming that they're a friend of Nolan's, and no one's story is even not even believable at this point. I don't even know. What a story. What a story.
Nolan, after the boat, after the 3 boats would be only 2 boats, which is what I've been saying. Yes, Katie's mom is deceased. She died of cancer. It's really sad.
Talking to a bunch of people, I'm sure, who knew Nolan and maybe who were on the island. What's the buzz? What are people saying with you and your friends?
I mean, obviously, it's hard. Like, I post my friend Nolan just to have, show everyone that, how good of a person he was and try to, bring closure to, whatever the hell happened. This hurts. Like, I've never lost someone this close to me. And, for people to like to say that I was the last to see him, and keep twisting my words and say that how did like his closest friend would have knew his password. Like, so they're trying to say that like paint me a picture to been like the reason this is happening.
And see, that's what I'm talking about, guys. That's a little empathy right there. You know, that's you know, obviously he's not crying and all of this and that, but that's how you show some type of, you know, empathy, some type of emotion towards your friend. Not even emotion, just the fact that you truly care about your friend, not just, you're not just there to just simply explain a story. You do want to express the fact of, this really, how much it really affects you, and I think that's important. And I didn't really hear Warren say anything about, how this situation has really impacted him. Especially, on an emotional level, or, how his life is now because of, all the controversy that's been going around. I mean, but at least this kid's willing to say how this has pretty much been affecting him, and people have been calling him a liar and whatnot.
So like whatever the hell happened, like like this hurts. Like I've never lost someone this close to me, and like for people to like to say that I was the last to see him, and keep twisting my words and say that how did like his closest friend would have knew his password. Like, so they're trying to say that like paint me a picture to been like the reason this is happening. I promise you guys.
Hey, Adrian, good to see you.
To see Nolan, I seen him by himself. He would have been home with us today. He would be with us today. I would still be able to talk to my friend every single freaking day.
That's what I want to hear.
It hurts me so much, like hearing people say these things, but at the same time, people are just going off what they hear. So
I think what he means by what he's saying is that Nolan wasn't by himself the last time I saw him. And he's also saying that there was 2 boats and not 3. That means that the boat had already broken apart and left, like the boat that was leaving and wanted to leave at
emotion, not a script. Yeah.
I think it was just a little bit later than he thinks. Holy shit. Oh boy.
Yeah, but at least he's showing some type of empathy toward his friend and the situation itself, and how he would have handled it, if he was in this actual situation.
It's hard, honestly.
You're saying that when you posted about Nolan, a lot of the comments you're getting are people berating you, saying that you should know more about what happened to him?
Yeah. When I feel like that shouldn't be the case, because I also had a completely different ride out there. He had his own people. I mean, he hangs out with these guys like almost all the time. So
here it is. When I heard him say that, it was like, hello, people, wake up. Hello, people, wake up. He hangs out with these people all the time.
Different ride out there. He had his own people. I mean, he hangs out with these guys like almost all the time. So I'm thinking he's fine. I'm not thinking nothing of it.
And you never heard of Nolan having any kind of an argument with these guys before? You never heard anything like that?
No, sir.
What are people saying? I mean, these guys, actually, some of them have gotten lawyers. Well, I'm curious if the police have, I know they said they're still investigating. Did any investigators ever speak to you about what you saw that day?
No, sir.
That's odd.
They need to. His boat information of when he saw Nolan and what the boat situation was is the most important thing I've heard in this entirety. When you break down the boats. But we needed Warren's first interview. So when you get Warren's first interview and you're talking about that we tied up the 3 boats. We tied up these boats. There was 3 boats that they tied up. When he sees Nolan, he didn't know which boat was Nolan's because there was 2 tied up. There was 2 tied up. That means that the boat left and he then is there. Okay. It already, he has to remember when he,
I need a little, some boat knowledge to somebody who has a little bit of knowledge or knowledgeable to boats in the chat, because Enlighten me, guys. What could have possibly went wrong as far as this boat? As far as them experiencing what they experienced, like, why did they go from a boat being just perfectly fine to a boat that apparently could have sinked, that was in a situation where, the water was higher than it should and it was messing up the bells or something like that? Why isn't it so that anybody else experienced the same thing? Can you forget something or forget to do something on the boat for this to happen? Like, my question is, how does it lead up to that? Like, how does this even happen in the first place? Is it common for something like the situation that they experience, that, it got so bad to the point where they needed to get a tow? Is it so that, somebody just forgot to do something with the motor or something like that? I just don't, that part I don't get. Chrissy says boats don't have bells. Huh. I don't know what that is. Lady says the missing evidence from the autopsy is the evidence Nolan's family needs to sue the medical examiner. Well, that's being kept by the first person that did the autopsy, because they have to further investigate, I guess, whatever they took out of his body. Unless, they're playing a role in this and then they're, trying to cover up. I think it sounds like it's a common situation. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Big M53 says a lot of issues typically on older boats. Renee says the plug is too close to the motor and you don't want to pull out the plug and sink the boat while it's getting towed. But I'm saying, what would have made them have this event? Why are they suddenly experiencing these type of issues with their boat? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so Buttercup, big welcome, Buttercup, by the way. So Buttercup says, yes, you can forget to put the plug in. It will take on water. It's also used to drain water when you get out of the boat, like a bathtub drain. Got it. Okay, now I'm kind of understanding it. So in another, on another note, it seems like that they forgot to do that when they got there then. Or he said it wasn't releasing the water, which is pretty much what he was explaining. Interesting. Captain Obvious says, where's the bucket to start bailing out water? Good question. I don't know anything about boats. I couldn't tell you. Slap says limitations on PayPal. You can't do nothing on. You can't do nothing. Hope not on PayPal. I'm so confused. Why are we talking about PayPal? What happened with PayPal? Mary says, I'm not happy that she's of age. She made a comment that she's not an adult. So unless she can verify it with Gabriella Juice, what happened? I'm afraid I'm going to have to give her a timeout. What happened? What's going on, guys? What the heck? Oh, God, what's going on in chat? They have an electric belch pump. Yeah, so, somebody made the comment that on older boats that this occurs. So I'm taking it that this boat may have been an older boat then, I guess. These are kids on a boat. I was under the impression initially when I first heard this story that, there was an adult taking them out here to this island. Also, I guess another thing that I could do some research on, or maybe you guys could just tell me to save the research, is do you need to even be an adult or of a certain age to drive a boat? You know, I know being on water is probably a little bit different than it is being, you know, on the streets driving a car. You know, can you legally operate a boat without some sort of license? You know, I've never been on water in a boat in my entire life, so I know nothing about boats whatsoever. I'm not knowledgeable to boats at all. Hey, big welcomes, peace of Jesus to all. Likes the name, man. Much love. Thanks for chiming in. So Captain says Bell's pump needs the power to work. But, and also to my understanding, it's also to keep the boat from sinking, right? I mean, I think that's what he was mentioning the other day. You can't drink and drive the boat. I'm aware of that because I've seen some videos where is it? There's this show. I wanted to say Out in 3 Points, where these people go and party on boats, and the, you know, cops. I've seen cops pull up to these guys on boats, and they kind of tie your boat to their boats, so you can't really go anywhere. And when they find alcohol in there, you're cited. I think the fines are pretty hefty too out there on the boats. So you need a boat license, right? And in your tags and whatnot on the boat, just like a car, they have to be current. I'm assuming as well. Well, tags or whatever the case is. $13 with a license in your state, Buttercup? That's insane. Summer Wednesday, welcome back, Troy. I'm also as confused as you are about what is going on in chat. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on in chat. I really don't. Something about an age, but I don't know if it's really even necessary to be addressing age right now. But maybe there's some type of you know, childish behavior going on for all I know. I'm not sure. I'm not reading chat, by the way, guys. I'm actually looking for something here. So if you think I'm trying to figure out what's going on in chat, I'm really not. By the way, I don't know if it's going to be an interesting case or not. But I did hear that there was a Florida couple charged in a missing baby's death. They told the people it was a prank and said the child was not theirs. So there is a little story going on with that as of right now. I don't know any of the background story, but I did see that pop up on my news from MSN, which is interesting. Maybe we'll look into that later on. Interesting. But it states that this happened in it's an alleged crime in Florida couple. They believe the baby was born between December 6, 2024, January 5th, 2025. Outside a hospital, the couple initially claimed the child was not theirs and called it a prank. The couple was arrested in North Carolina while on the run, and they're held on fugitive warrants awaiting. What is it? How do you pronounce that? How do you say that? Where is it? Extradition? I don't know how to pronounce the name. But anyway, that's what popped up right now. I don't know if you guys heard about that. It's interesting. Very interesting. And this is actually the couple right here, as a matter of fact. It just popped up on my timeline. On MSN, you know, you just kind of get news out of nowhere. But anyway, we're not here to cover that tonight. We're not here to talk about that tonight. I just figured I'd share that. Don't know if anybody heard about that at all. Quite interesting, though. Olivia says Juice Nolan and some and the same friends have been out there many times together. So they have been out there. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. And that was one of my questions I had that I just didn't know. So I appreciate that. Now I know. Now I know. Very interesting. Guys, if you have not subscribed to the channel and you're enjoying the channel, make sure to subscribe and don't forget to like the stream as well. It does help the algorithm and puts the channel out there for someone else to maybe come across, and it does help it become a recommended video. That way other people can discover it. Just a reminder, and feel free to share it as well. We are currently live on X, although I don't really look at X much when I'm live at all, actually. So if you're tuning in on X, hello. And I don't think anybody's on X watching anyways. But I do, I think I probably, when I'm all said and done on X, usually it'll have like maybe 1,000 views or something like that. Nothing crazy at all. Let's see if anybody's in the comments on X real quick. I don't think so. Nobody usually comments when I'm live on X. I'm pretty small on X. Actually, I don't even know if, we got 129 people watching on X. Insane. Shouts to everybody watching on X. Insane. I didn't think that many people would be chiming in on X. I'm actually shocked. I wish we could get the chat to play here from X. If you're in the chat here on X, comment hello. That's crazy. I never really paid attention to that. Maybe I should start. But who really talks on X when you're live, Oh, yeah, it is. I do have the streams normally 18 and up. I never do the made for children thing. Just because you never know what's going to happen on stream, and then people call it cursing, and, so it's best to not put it on that. So, yeah, I guess it could affect the term if you're saying you're only 17 years old in the chat. So I get where you're coming from, Mary. But the fact that I put it doesn't even matter, because it won't affect me. So it's all there. I guess we technically would probably have to time you out. I guess if you say you're 17 years old, I guess I wouldn't advise saying that in the chat. Alex says you just have to have enough life jackets for everyone in the boat somewhere in case game warden stops you. I forgot about that. Good point. Yes, that is something to know. Indeed. Thanks for sharing that. Much love, Ali. I appreciate that. So who left Nolan behind? Not the first boat, his other ride home. Yesterday I said that he got left twice. Because remember, he stayed with the girl, supposedly according to Warren, and a couple other friends from what I'm hearing. So yesterday, I think that's true. He got left twice because the friends left him. He stayed with the girl, and she left him too. I mean, so really, in reality, who really left him? We know the friends that he came with left him, but does it count that the girl would leave him too, or his intentions were to ride with her either? Maybe Nolan was a player and he was after a couple girls. Maybe he was just drunk. You know how we get sometimes when we're drunk. Maybe he just locked into that mode where he was just, trying to go after anything and everything when it came to the ladies out there. Who knows? I don't know what his intentions were staying, besides the fact that he was supposed to be staying with some girl.
Your boy Lana. Damn.
I don't see why the cops have. I don't see.
Okay, so he's the only one so far out of all the friends and family that are doing media interviews that says the cops have not talked to him. Katie her family stating that they've cooperated with law enforcement.
Well, what he has is bombshell information. Oh boy. This takes off in a way everybody that left on that boat, and it's take them out of the equation now. And put everybody else, everybody who left on that boat, they're out.
Easton said that he's talked to law enforcement. Lucas said he talked to law enforcement. I mean, Warren on that interview says he talked to law enforcement. Like, why? Like, Davon's like the only one law enforcement hasn't talked to.
I don't think he realizes what he has, but I'll tell you what. There's a reason that somebody wanted this down, and TMZ took it down for them, and allegedly supposedly it was because.
That's a little odd.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why.
But somebody's going to say it.
Well, the cops would have to talk to me. I mean, obviously, like, you know, like I had said my plea, like, because whenever I had talked to the people at Sunheard, it was whenever, you know, the body was discovered and the autopsy people and all those people were there.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm surprised.
To the people at Sunheard, like,
enforcement hasn't talked.
Well, the cops would have to talk to me.
Hey, we'll check it out, Ali.
Like, you know, like I had said my plea, like, because whenever I had talked to the people at Sunheard, it was whenever, you know, the body was discovered.
Sun Herald, why he thinks talking to Sun Herald is the same as talking to the police. Sun Herald is what he's saying there. When I had talked to Sun Herald and the autopsy people, like you're talking about Colin Kaepernick, you're talking about Ben Crump.
I had talked to the people at Sunheard, it was whenever, you know, the body was discovered and the autopsy people and all those people were there.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm
They're not law enforcement.
surprised, because you knew Nolan well, and you knew that he was friends with these guys who were the last ones to be around him before his body was found. And I would think they would at least want to know, hey, just the things we're asking.
Right.
You know, did you ever hear of any of this stuff? It's odd to me.
Just to gather information.
Yeah, that the cops wouldn't have contacted you. Yeah.
It's not odd. Y'all playing it real smooth.
No, it is, because you need to know what boats were out there, man.
That, like, this whole case thing, like, whatever, like, this whole situation, and none of this adds up to me. So, like, it's really hard, like, for, like, people to just, like, keep on saying things.
Although that's deep. Nothing wasting 10 times.
I'm sure, Javon, you've seen the point that, do you think, having been there on the island with this large group of people, that race plays a factor in whatever happened here?
I don't want to answer that. I don't want to answer that question.
Wow.
I wouldn't say,
Are
like,
you kidding
yeah,
me, bro?
That question. I mean, obviously, we
Are you
friends,
kidding
we have
me?
white friends, so like, that's. I mean, I guess it's pretty normal down here. But
Are you kidding me? Why didn't he want to answer that question? It's yes or no. I cannot believe that. I didn't see this part.
I wouldn't say it
happened here.
You gotta be kidding me.
That, do you think, having been there on the island with this large group of people, that race plays a factor in whatever happened here?
I don't want to answer that. I don't want to answer that question. I wouldn't say, like, yeah, I wouldn't want to answer that question. I mean, obviously, we go to Ocean Springs. We're gonna have white friends, so like, that's. I mean, I guess it's pretty normal down here. But
yeah, and I hear you. If that's, I
Your
guess
girlfriend's white, isn't she?
you're saying that it's normal. It's not out of place to be a black teen in that area, and that you have white friends, right? That's not not uncommon, is what you're saying.
I'm sure every black person has white friends somewhere, you know. So I wouldn't say that it's a whole race thing, but
there we
it's
go.
Just like,
I think they actually make a really cute.
That's
couple.
a better-
She's really pretty, and he's really cute.
That's a better comment. I guess I'll take that one. That is crazy, guys. I mean, geez. I mean, it's crazy. He didn't even want to answer the question initially, but I mean, come on. I mean, this is your friend, and you know the friends that he's surrounded by. I mean, you can't claim to be a great friend or a close friend and not know who your friends hang around. I guess you could still be skeptical of certain friends because, you could have a close friend, but you may not like his friends. And we see that all the time. So I guess I could hear where he's coming from as well. It's understandable. But I mean, now is not the time to really like leave things out. You know what I mean? It's not the time, and I guess it is because you're protecting the case at the same time. And you're also protecting the outcome of the community as well, because you don't want, people to have some type of outrage, especially when it comes down to it maybe possibly being, a race thing. I would just hate, I hate the fact that that's even thought of right now. It's just way too early. So real quick, and then we'll get into these ransom notes real quick because I'm running out of time here. I don't know if we'll have time to take any calls, but it's okay because we'll take some tomorrow if I go live. We'll take some soon if we don't make it tonight. So somebody was telling me that they wanted me to check out Fugitive TV. Shouts Fugitive TV. I've heard about him several times. Apparently, he is addressing some police reports. So let's dive in real quick and see what he addresses in some of these police reports real quick here.
I'm going to sit here and say there's like no cover up. I can't guarantee you that. But what I can guarantee you is people have been cooperating. This right here shows it. And I have way more than this. Department of Marine Resources, Office of Marine Patrol, Statement of Property Owner. It says, and I had to take out the names, all right, for privacy reasons. But it says the person, the owner of this property, the undersigned residing at with the address do hereby authorize, okay, and other officers of the Department of Marine Resources to search the following properties, which are owned by me or under control. I further authorize these officers to remove any documents or items which they deem pertinent to their investigation, with the understanding that I will be provided with a receipt for anything removed. Other property located at, they scratched out motor vehicle and put vessel. That means the boat. Vessel with the VIN number issued by the state of Mississippi. I have not been threatened in any way nor offered any reward for granting this consent. I have been advised of my right to refuse permission to search. I hereby give permission for the officer to search the above location. This date was on July 8th. So this was 2 days after Nolan Wells' body was found at 4:09 p.m. And then, of course, a witness has to go off and sign for this too. So this right here is a waiver for them to search, meaning that they didn't even have to get subpoenaed to search. There wasn't even a search warrant. These people gave up their rights. That's what this is. They gave up their rights to search. So in other words, police probably knocked on the door or called them and said, hey, your boat was involved in this accident with Nolan Wells, or not accident, but this incident. We were like, oh yeah, sure, sir. So they bring this paper and then you waive your rights and then you let them search the vehicle. This right here is the MDMR, Marine Patrol, official sworn police report. Okay? Official sworn police report. Time reported, July 5th, 10:05. Time of occurrence, July 5th, 10:05. Okay, so this is letting you know the time of occurrence. This also lets you know the boat, the vehicle, the color of the boat. It says it's a Triton. Triton, the year was 2000. So this is the exact same boat, guys. Not a different boat. This is the same boat I showed you. And then it tells you on Saturday, July 4th, 2026 at 2349 hours, Mississippi Department of Marine Resources with Lieutenant, which the name is out because I had to do this, was advised by dispatch of a caller reporting a missing male, Nolan Wells on Horn Island. The caller told dispatch her 18-year-old son rode to Horn Island on a vessel with friends and was last seen around 1500 hours. 3 o'clock. So this is where the first time of people are saying, where did 3 o'clock came from? Because when she first called in, she said 3 o'clock, okay? Because this is the last time, all right, that the kid from the interview last saw Nolan before they took off with the boat. So this is where the 3 o'clock came from. Then later on, Nolan's mom got messages and pictures, I guess, saying, hey, I saw Nolan at 4:30. Here's some pictures. Hey, I talked to Nolan around 4:30, 4:45-ish. So then the next day, she called into dispatch or law enforcement to let them know, hey, I saw pictures apparently that Nolan Wells was actually last seen at 4:30. So that is how the confusion with the time changed, because the boys, I guess, last saw him at 3. Well, the ones that took off in the Triton that was sinking, they last saw him at 3. But then she got information the next day that, hey, actually Nolan was last seen at 4:30, but it was by a different group of individuals. Now, the individuals, that has never been made clear. Now it says, his phone was in a friend's truck, and all the friends said they had returned from the island based on information provided at the time as dispatched to forward the reporting party, Christine, to Jackson County Sheriff's Office to make an official misimportance report. Shortly therefore after, dispatch advised the reporting party was calling. JCSO and the United States Coast Guard had been notified. Then it goes on to say, at approximately 01:38 hours on July 5th, all right, they spoke with Ocean Springs Police Department regarding the complaint and advised that JCSO would be taking lead on the case. Also spoke with JCSO Lieutenant, the shift supervisor, who said they had taken the initial report. He said the deputies had spoke with several friends that traveled to the island on the vessel with Nolan, that when they left, he was in the company of an unknown female. Okay, so this is when the KD gets involved. And that he chose to remain at the island based on the information provided, did not have reason to believe there were any water-related urgencies or emergencies, and he believed the most likely scenario was Nolan rode in on another vessel, but did not have his phone in his possession to make contact with family. No further action was taken. Now, as you see, okay, they actually spoke with one of them, and this is when one of them told them, hey, we believe Nolan left on another boat. So they were actually talking with law enforcement that pretty much that same night almost. Then it says at approximately 1800 hours on the evening of July 5th, which is around 6 o'clock, such and such reported is blanked out to the command posted established by JCSO at Lake Mary's Pier and assisted with efforts to including sending a MDMR patrol vessel and crew to the northwest tip of Horn Island to conduct sonar surveys of the area. The sonar surveys were inclusive and terminated due to adverse weather conditions. So some people were wondering, well, how was the weather? So they actually had to stop the very next day because of bad weather. Now, right here on July 8th, 2026, at approximately 13:41 hours, Jackson County Captain requested GPS file download assistance from MDMR, Captain Freeman, as part of the search and rescue for Nolan Wells at Horn Island. Officer, which is blank, was assigned to download data contained on the vessel, and it gives you the vessel. And then it also gives you another vessel. All right. So they downloaded from this 2 GPSs from 2 different vessels. Then it says on July 8, 2026, approximately 16:09 hours, MDR officer met with, and it says located Ocean Springs, and it gives you the address, provided the officer with a driver's license and boat registration card, signed a permission to search form, and escorted down the pier. So guys, right here, and then it tells you the actual GPS coordinates. It also tells you how fast they were going. So for example, it says at 09:56, which is 9:56 a.m., the vessel departs El Camino Railroad for Horn Island, which is the private property that Officer Tatum was on. Okay. Then it tells you arrives at 11:14 at the west tip of Horn Island, which is where the boy was saying they were all partying. So all of this aligns up. Then it goes to 11:15 to 16:30, GPS dropping points consistent with a stationary position and GPS on. So all the way to it looks like 16:30, it's a stationary position, GPS is on. 16:31 to 17:24, vessel departs west tip of Horn Island, northbound, speed between 0.06 and 4.2 knots for approximately 2.7 miles. So this is probably when he was talking about, because remember he said his friend, the other boat, was kind of like tied to it. So it was trying to help him out. So you guys remember that? And this is around when he, I guess, called the tow place. Then it says vessel regains normal operation, speeds between 30 and 35 knots at 17:25, which is 3:25. All right. Then it says 3:44, vessel arrives at El Camino Road, guys. So they actually left the island way before 4:31. And I mentioned that. I said that 4:31 was kind of like, but they actually left the island way before the 3 o'clock. Cause that's kind of when they were like, hey, we got to go. We got to go. So, and it makes sense of what he was saying, because remember he said that the other guy was kind of towing him. Then they had to, release the rope and things of that. And I don't know if you guys know about the battery in the boat. They run off pretty much like a 12-volt battery, like a car does. The battery is located in a compartment. He said the compartment, the water was pretty much where the battery is at, which is no good, because once the battery goes, the whole boat's gone. Then it continues from there, and it gives you every single aspect of the GPS of that boat. Matter of fact, it even tells you that on July 5th, at 09:51, it was powered on and the vessel was moved 52 feet. So they have this actually like pinpointed as into how far the vessel has moved. And then even on this one, okay, it shows you this the coordinates for this vessel as well. And then it even says from 11:15 to 2:30, GPS dropping points consistent with a stationary GPS. And then even tells you on this one, 2:30 to 3:24, that's when it departs Horn Island, and it also gives you that 0.06 to 4.2 knots for approximately 2.75 hours. All right. And then it keeps telling you here, it says at 18:06, vessel returns to El Camino Road. So
I'm sorry, guys. I muted because I was typing. I didn't want anybody to hear it. But anyway, what I was saying was, I don't recall anybody addressing the fact of why they went to another island. That's my thing. You remember in the timeline, they were saying that they went to another island, at one point in time, and I can't remember the name of the island. Was that a question for Warren in the interview at all? Has anybody even addressed this in any interview of why these people stopped at a different island? Because at one point in time throughout the timeline, it says, when you're looking at where this boat went, it states that they went to another location. Not only did they go to another location, but they also went back to the dock at one point in time. So I'm just trying to remember in my head whether or not they actually went, to another, or I'm sorry, if they actually answered that question on why they went to another island. And I'm trying to remember the name of this other island. I don't know if somebody mentioned it in chat. Big welcomes, is it Island Queen? Big welcomes. I was trying to find it on the timeline here. I didn't look it up. I was going to look up the timeline, but I'll just see what you guys are saying in chat. If the boat bells was no good, they could have drifted. Yeah, but in the timeline, it doesn't say that. I mean, it doesn't even say that they stopped there because they were being towed. You know what I mean? It doesn't really, we really never got to the bottom of why they went to another island or what led them there. But I'm under that same impression as you, Kim Jones. It sounds like they were like just trying to find another party to go to. But how? Because if their boat was having issues, they wouldn't have did that. You know what I mean? They would have definitely just simply went to, it would have been the intent. I would assume was to just get back home. Get back to this island, or I'm sorry, the original place where they, were at before leaving, wherever it's called, and the place that Tatum was talking about where they left from, which is where they first initially got all on the boat and left to go out to the island. So that's an interesting thing, though. Just keep that in mind, because I don't think anybody's really talking about that. It's mentioned and mapped on Patriot Pride. Dang. Hope your head feels better, Allie. Look it up while they take a sip. Yeah, we'll check it out real quick. Let's look it up real quick. Because I don't think anybody, it's like almost people forgot that. That is crazy. Hey, how you doing, Dave Brown? Thanks so much for chiming in. The day's pretty good for me. Day's still young. Actually, it's Friday, though. Already Friday, guys. I can't wait to get this day over with at work. So that way we can have a nice weekend and we'll be able to sleep in. I'm ready for it. We're going to have some fun this weekend for sure. So let me look this up real quick. Let's look up this timeline real quick, and then we'll I want to cover a little bit of Nancy before I get off. We might save some Nancy for tomorrow because it's getting pretty late. Okay, so let's look up this timeline real quick, guys. Timeline for the boat on the Nolan Wells thing, of course, and let's see what it states here. So 9:56, the boat leaves. It departs from that main dock. 11:14 a.m. the boat arrives on Horn Island, and this is what the GPS shows. 3 p.m. Nolan was last seen on the island, and multiple sources confirm Nolan was last seen around 3 p.m. At 4:30 p.m., that's when the distress call comes in, and they stated that they were sinking. And they also stated, hey, we're at, West Tip Horn and our belch pump just stopped working. We're sinking. And then the dispatcher asked if everyone on board is accounted for. The caller says yes. And then that also confirms on the that everyone's on the boat at that moment. It was accounted for, but does not confirm whether or not Nolan was expected to be on it. At 4:31, 1 minute exactly, literally after the call, the boat leaves Horn Island without Nolan. My thing is, how do you make a dispatch call? Oh, okay. So at 4:30, that's when that's when they were calling for the emergency assistance. And then they said that the boat was sinking, and then they asked them if everybody was accounted for, but a minute later they left without Nolan. So I don't know how the boat would have been sinking and they're still moving. That's the thing. Because they pretty much left a minute from that time. I don't know. But at 5:52, the boat enters Fort Bay. So after returning to the mainland, the boat travels into Fort Bay at 5:52. And then at 6:06, the boat arrives back at the dock at 6:06. So why did they go to Fort Bay? That's where it was. That's what the other place was called. And I don't know if this is another island. I'm guessing it's another island of some sort. And then at 7:19, the boat moved to Fort Bay launch. GPS shows the boat at Fort Bay launch at 7:19. And it is then towed over to land to the Biloxi home of the boat's owner. So they made it to this specific place, it sounds like, because of the boat sinking. But from what I heard, it's roughly about, 4 miles out from the main dock. Somebody stated that fugitive plays the 911 call. But this is the timeline is just not, it is not adding up for me. This is what an iffy timeline. But I'm just very curious whether or not that they stopped there for some odd reason, or they had to stop there because no one ever, hasn't even been addressed in these interviews that these people are conducting. Why did they stop at Fort Bay? What did they do there? No one, I've yet to hear anybody say, oh, we had to stop there because of the boat nearly sinking. Now, I remember him stating that they panicked, and before they left, after all of that, they asked Nolan to come, and he said he was staying. He explains why they were all panicking and whatnot, but I don't recall him saying that they left the Fort Bay area. I'm going to have to listen to that interview one more time, and I'll do that. I'll have to run that back tomorrow. But that wouldn't add up to the timeline if he's saying that they left because of that reason. But then they did call later on. I guess that would match up because they called later on for the tow. But I'm assuming that they must have went to another island to try to party. That's what I'm just going to assume, to try to catch another vibe. Very interesting. Inspiration says, no, it's not. I agree, Juice. And I pray that Nolan and his family gets justice because it's Mississippi. I agree. 100%. So it's 21 to 22 miles back. Is that the amount of miles? Okay. I thought it was 4. Interesting. So it's a fairly decent trip. However, I would have to know the speed that they travel at to kind of estimate the time that it would take. Obviously, they're not traveling at speeds of 70 and 75. So, if you're going about 65 to 75, and let's say you do 100 miles, that typically would take about roughly about an hour and 30 minutes, 2 hours. So, I mean, just to give a rough estimate, if you're traveling, let's just say they were traveling about 35 to 40 miles an hour on this boat, probably less, and it's a 22-mile run. I don't know if that would still take 4 hours. I'm gonna estimate that around to be 2 to 3. And that's just really like being lenient for real, because I think it would be a lot less than that. I would rough it really around about 2 hours to get from the actual main dock to Horn Island. So I don't know though. Castall, good to see you. Big welcomes, Castall. Castall says chat's on fire. Chat going crazy right now. Shouts to everybody in chat. You never finished the interview? What interview? We did. We watched the interview the other day. I was just showing a brief clip of the interview. But we watched the whole thing. I guess we never watched the whole entire part 2. I think that was part 2. So maybe you're right. We didn't watch all of part 2. I think we did though. So I was skeptical on watching it too long, because I think we watched it all already. But I think for sure we watched part 1, and for sure we watched the part 2 when they went out to the actual island. And actually that would be part 3 technically. Part 3. Hey, how you doing? Sylvia says, Brother Juice, hi. You need to know I am not a troll. I am not with chat drama. No one should be with chat drama. You're all good. I appreciate you sharing that with me. So Ali says, I think he mentioned 40 miles an hour. Okay, so then yeah, that changes things even more then. So that I would say it took about at least an hour and a half to get there at the very least. If they're traveling at 40 miles an hour and they only need it's only 21 to 20 miles. I haven't looked up how far it is, but if that's the case, then I don't think that it would have taken them that long to get to Horn Island then. But boat travel is much different than a vehicle, so I can't call it. Like the stream, guys. We got to get some more thumbs up in here. It looks like we got 427 tuning in right now. We only got 226 likes. Chat, we got to do better than this. No drama. The mods aren't handling these. Mods doing a good job. Yeah, I agree. Forever 22 says it's not the same as driving a car. All right. I agree. I wouldn't assume that either. RSS chat is lit. Chat, we rolling right now. Let's go. Tory Birch with the $5 super chat. Much love, Tory Birch. I appreciate that. I was going to continue Fugitive, but I think that's pretty much all for the documents that he was reading. So we're going to skip along here. We're going to talk a little bit about this ransom real quick here. Or should we skip the ransom for now, go over tomorrow and take some calls? Somebody in chat was saying that he plays the 911 call. So I don't know if you guys want to hear that before I move on from Fugitive. I don't know at one point in time that he plays that 911 call, so somebody would have to give me the timestamp on it. It's not the longest video. It's only an hour. However, I don't know at what point he plays it. Thank you guys for all the jewels, by the way. I appreciate all the jewels, man. The love and support is always real. That's why I love the folks on my channel here. Much love, guys. I appreciate it. Can't thank y'all enough. Cannot thank you guys enough, man. You guys are awesome. Chicky, big welcomes. I haven't seen you in a bit, I don't think. Good morning to you guys all if you're just waking up and chiming in here. I think for the most part, we've heard the 911 call, though. I don't think we missed much. I mean, if he has the full 911 call, if that's what you're saying, we've yet to hear the actual full 911 call.
All right. So this right here verifies that he was correct. One of the other boats is Palm Beach. So that boat behind them or on the side of them is part of the Friends group. So it's not just one boat. there is a whole nother boat. And then you see the friend right here with the Michelob Light. And then you see Nolan right here with a High Noon, which looks like a pineapple flavor. Like I said, I have High Noons. I have them in my fridge. So far with the
Good morning, Gene
interview
Phillips.
of what he's saying, it kind of aligns with, not kind of, it does. It aligns with everything that I've said and that I found out after doing my research on all of this. Now, like I said, am I saying there's no foul play? No, I'm not saying that because nobody knows. But what I am saying is you can't just see things, hear things what people say, and then run with it. You really have to do your proper research.
I don't know where the 911 call is. Real Gate Watchers has gifted us 10 memberships. God bless you. I'm just joking. That was nobody. I'm joking, guys. Nobody gifted us subs. Anyway, so I don't know where this is at. No one gifted us subs, guys. I'm just joking. Give me the timeline. We'll play it. If not, I'm gonna move on, and we're gonna talk about something else here because I don't want to. Try to sit here and find this. Was it really somebody gifted me a sub? Oh, it is Real Gay Watchers. Oh my God! Wow, Real Gay Watchers did give me 10 subs. I thought I was looking at something else. That's why I said I was joking. Much love to you, Real Gay Watchers, and shouts to Real Gay Watchers. I don't know if I'm familiar with you in the chat, but much love. I appreciate you and thanks for being here. God, man, God bless you, man, for the gift of 10. Sheesh. Portilla, Gene. It looks like several people are now officially members of the channel, all thanks to Real Gay Watchers. If you are officially a member of the channel, don't forget to go thank Real Gay Watchers. Wow. Insane. I don't know why it amazes me when I see 10 gifteds. Man, much love. I don't see it. I don't see the 911 call, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and move along here. I was trying to kind of skip through here.
This video is going to be innocent to that. Maybe.
Or maybe it's like not in this actual video that he did. But I'm not seeing it. Moving on, guys. Moving on. He does play the 911 call next, is what somebody said, but they never said when. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, good point, Olivia. I brought that up earlier. I don't know if you were here a little bit earlier, a couple hours ago, but I did mention that as well. Juice, you predicted it? No, I didn't. Hey, much love. Shouts to the mods wishing me a wonderful weekend. I appreciate that. Ray, you out there? Captain Obvious says. I just messaged you. Yeah, I did mention that earlier just to comment. Vemus, good to see you. Says the answers are in the autopsy. Yeah, so I don't think that we'll hear about the actual autopsy reports that we're looking for, the ones that we really want to know about, because from what I'm hearing that those will be sealed until because they want those to go before the grand jury. So we are not probably going to hear about those at all. So for the high hopes that we had to hear the autopsy, as far as the details that they find out when it comes to what was removed. I believe one of them was like the organs, the other one was like a throat, and then another part was the upper part of the throat as well. One of those two things that I can't say the name of because they're really tough to say. But yeah, just to clarify, thanks for bringing that up. So wait.
Emergency call made from.
Oh, this is on Facebook? Okay. I'll try to pull this up. We might hold off on the ransom details until tomorrow. Otherwise, we're not gonna make it off tonight. Let me see. I'll try to find this real quick. I wanted to share those ransom details, but we can always save it for another night, guys. We don't have to talk about the ransom tonight. We can always talk about it tomorrow. And we already covered it yesterday, pretty much before anybody else did, because everybody thought the video I was playing last night was old, but lo and behold, everyone was covering it today. Let me see if I can find this, guys. I'm trying to pull up I'm trying to get to Facebook. I have Facebook open. However, I got a link that I need to click on, so I need to get to that link. Oh, here it is. Hold on. I think I figured it out. Because I don't have, Ollie, I don't think I have you on Facebook, so I can't just go to your Facebook messages and click on the link. Okay, I think this is it right here, chat. I think we're somehow muted. So I'm trying to find the unmute, guys. I'm getting old.
30 p.m. without Wells, according to friends. The 23-foot boat had 7 people on board, according to the caller, who said the boat was taking on water and sinking.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come?
GPS record.
If this is just a little bit of the call, we've already all heard this. So if it's not the whole 911 call, we haven't missed anything at all, but we'll try to see what this is all about.
It showed the boat did make it back to the mainland safely that evening. Wells' body, meanwhile, was found 2 days later.
We're sinking. Can you all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
So if you haven't heard by now, new emergency audio and GPS tracking data have been released in the
By the way, guys, I've never figured out how to say this guy's name at all, but I watched him in the beginning of the Nancy Guthrie case. He was one of the few I actually watched. I haven't watched him in a long time.
Nolan Wells case. And this is the strongest evidence yet supporting the timeline given by the 3 friends, which some people somehow take this the other way around and think there's something nefarious that this information points to. Now, CBS obtained actual distress call made from July 4th. In the call, you can hear them saying, "Can you all please come?" The dispatcher then asks whether everyone currently is accounted for and in good health. The caller says yes. The GPS timeline tracking data reportedly shows the boat leaving Horn Island at approximately 4:31 p.m. That departure time matches the timeline previously given by the friends. Their explanation was that the boat was taking on water and the bilge pump had stopped.
Whoops, I thought we were muted. So the caller does sound like he's drunk. Thanks for bringing that up, whoever just said that in chat. But to me, it does sound like he might be kind of a bit under the influence somewhat, at least. At the very least, for sure. Good call. Good call. Kelly says he's a fraud. Come on, Kelly. Guys, you guys got to follow me on Facebook, by the way. I got to start getting active on Facebook. Maybe, and it would help Facebook too, because there's not really a whole lot of news on Facebook. Well, there's a lot of news, but what I really meant to say was there's not a whole lot of real news on Facebook. There's a whole lot of fake things going on that people are putting out there. So it could help for me to get on there and start, not only reporting, but, putting some real information out there that's really reliable, because people are just putting things out there on Facebook that they shouldn't be. It's kind of sad. And Facebook's, well, I guess at one point, it's a good platform. It's still a good platform. So we gotta get some more followers on there. And you could also follow my page as well. I guess you don't have to follow, my actual page. I encourage this one. You could also add me as a friend, even add me as a friend on here. I have a lot of people all the time adding me as a friend. Sometimes I go live on Facebook too, so you'll see me go live on there a lot. So yeah, either one or both would be great too. But just putting it out there. Got to start getting active on social media. Somebody was saying I should do Twitch. I'm thinking we might try TikTok at some point in time. Somebody said the Fugitive TV plays the whole 911 call. Well, I was asking for the timestamp, but no one had it, so it looks like we won't be able to play that unless we find that. I was looking, I was skimming through it, but I couldn't find it. So maybe another time, I guess, unless somebody has the timestamp. I was also looking in chat, but nobody posted that timestamp. So Midnight says I don't have a Facebook. I got locked out. No, you send it to your email. Get the password. That's all you got to do. So if you got access to your email, you should be able to, get that password. Good morning, squad. Good morning, everybody. Where's everybody chiming in from, man? What state you guys in? Let me know in the chat where everybody's from here. If you're in the comment sections when, for the replay crew, shout out to the people that, replay the videos, guys. That means a lot. Much love to the folks that replay these videos and, watch me even, after the live. Gotta appreciate those people, man. And I love the way they call it the replay crew. I love it. Shouts to them. If you're in the if you're one of those in the replay crew because you couldn't catch me because I streamed too dang late, let me know where you're from. Let me know where you're chiming in from. A lot of people will just say it sometimes. Man, New Zealand, Ohio, Pennsylvania in here, man. People from all over. Have they found a new missing lady from AZ yet? Not that I know of. So I was going to get into a little bit of Nancy, but I think we'll save it for another time because we are running out of time here. And it's going to take me some time to go over the ransom details. I was going to express a couple more details that we didn't get to really talk about last night, but I think we'll save it for another night. Not only that, we didn't really talk about the fact that the girl that released this, because she was one of the few who got the ransom note. She made a comment, which somebody was mentioning in the chat the other night, that she just really couldn't hold it in anymore. Like she felt like the people needed to know or deserved to know, what the ransom note actually said. So she finally just said, you know what, I'm going to tell everybody. And she told us. And I can't thank her enough for that. That was awesome. That was really awesome. And I think we need more of that, And like I said before, I mean, it's already been leaked. I mean, and Harvey kept just feeding us. He just kept feeding us with, little by little, like a little bits and pieces of information, when it came to the ransom, what it really said. And that was crazy. That was just crazy. Should we take a few calls, guys? Does anybody feel like they want to call in? Maybe I'll take a couple calls before I get off for the night here. Or for the morning now. Why isn't my live showing up? Oh, it actually is. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll take but maybe we'll take a couple calls. Maybe I'll take a couple calls before I get off. Let me know in the chat if you want me to take a couple calls. I'll do that. We'll post the number up here. And we'll take a few calls before I hop off. Just a couple though. Because you got to remember, it's almost already 5 a.m. for me. It's Friday though, so it's, I'll probably be pretty active this weekend. That's the goal. Obviously, I can't make any promises or anything like that, but I'm trying to get my chat pulled back up here, guys. Bear with me a second here. Bear with me. Okay, we're good. Well, we're not good yet. How do we have 2,000 people watching right now? Am I confused or what's going on, guys? Am I looking at the right stream? 2,000 people? There's no way we just jumped from 400 to 2,000 people right now. I'm so confused. Chat, what's going on? Does that mean stay on longer? We can't be looking at the right stream, guys. No way, DJ. The boys didn't do anything to Nolan. He was with a girl. Hey, it's sounding like that part of the story is starting to check out more. That's one part of the story that I can say that's been said amongst several different friends. Other than that, every bit of every part of the story that's been presented to us has been, conflicting in almost every other way because none of the stories align. But that I can honestly say more than one friend has pretty much said that, he did stay behind, with this girl. And Warren also mentioned that there were several people on the vote that could confirm that as well. So that is a possibility. We'll jump into some calls real quick, guys. Why not? Let me just go ahead and drop this up here real quick here. That way, if you guys want to call in, feel free. The number's right there. You can't miss it. I don't know if it's because I took the Nancy part out of the title. I don't know how we jumped. I mean, normally we'll get this much when I'm outside, but I don't recall ever getting 2,000 in a while. I mean, this is awesome. I'm probably just going to stay up till work now at this point. I'm joking. Nancy Dillon says, I see 2.K on my phone. It's crazy. What happened, guys? Big welcomes to those of you guys chiming in, by the way. Insane. This is not making any sense. I'm confused. What did we do differently? It's amazing. I just need that whole 2,000 that whole 2,000 people that are tuned in right now to just subscribe. At least half of it right now. Let's see how far we can get. The goal right now is going to be 22,000 subscribers. Oh man. I'm joking, guys. Wouldn't that be interesting? Only if everybody loved juice. Numbers right there. Feel free to call in, chime in. Let me know what you think about the case revolving around the Nolan Wells case. What do you think? I want to hear what the people have to say in that regard. This the Juice.
Good morning, Juice. This is Susan P.
Susan, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I just wanted to say good morning, and I wanted to tell you that, you got 2,000 people, 2,329 on my computer, and I just wanted to say congratulations. Everybody's thinking about you when they get up in the morning,
Susan,
looking for their news.
That's not real. It's not real. That's just, yeah.
No, it's
I
real.
I can change the amount of viewers that you guys see. I'm joking. I'm joking. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't know how we jumped, but we did it. We
You need
did
to
it.
give yourself a good pat on the back, bro. You're doing a good job. That's why you're getting the views. You're doing a good
We are
job, and you're also up
officially
when people
famous.
get up during the time.
Yeah, no, it is. It is a decent time now. It is, but when I started, it was fairly late. So, have you been watching the Nolan case at all? What do you think about the Nolan Wells case? Do you think this was
Well, I'm just now getting into that case, and I'm very careful as to what I say because I've learned my lesson as far as Nancy's case is concerning. It's been so confusing. But what I will say is I did watch a little bit of a snippet with Nancy Grace, who was talking about the information on the back of the gentleman's head from the autopsy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't consistent with anybody taking anything and hitting him based on what she was saying that I listened to. It sounded more like maybe he fell off and hit his head based on what she was explaining as far as what they found as an injury to the back of his head. And that's all I would really say. I hadn't observed anything. I did see that video with that gentleman talking to that interviewer, and I didn't really observe anything. I mean, yeah, he didn't really have a lot of emotion, but he was very good in what he articulated. And I can't
Very
really
good.
say that his behavior, other than that, there have been lots of killers who can articulate very well with their speaking, or they can write very well. But he didn't come off to me anything like that. But I just really have not been very deeply engaged in hearing the Nolan. It's a new case, and so I'm listening, but I hadn't really gotten a lot to gather a real analysis or a thought about that. But I'm agreeing with a lot of individuals who are saying the things about young teenagers, and as they're coming into their young time and they're trying to find their place in the world, that they should not be denied the opportunity
Are they
to
still
enjoy
together?
themselves, nor the right of consequences based on the choices that they make. Unfortunately, sometimes consequences can be deadly or bad, but there's lots of good things that come out with choices that the young folks make. So I think there was a lot going on over there, just like there was when all the people grouped up at Nancy's house. There's a lot of stuff going on and things get missed. So I'm sure that over time we will learn the truth. I did think it was interesting what y'all were talking about with one of the videos with one of the young folks that was shown on TMZ, and then they didn't show it anymore. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that was. And it was so. As far as the guy that was interviewed by Tatum, though, you think he's being honest, though? You think everything that he's saying is the truth, or you think he's, kind of trying to.
I'm saying that he didn't really give me any alarm bells. Coming from somebody who is totally from the outside and doesn't know anything about the case. And I wouldn't say that it's necessarily abnormal, because people act all different kinds of ways. Me, myself, I've experienced individuals with no emotion, but it didn't necessarily mean they didn't care. It may be an underlying issue where an individual may have autism or something like that doesn't allow them to show that type of emotion. Not that I'm saying that this boy is autistic or anything. I'm just saying there's all kinds of scenarios why an individual may not show emotion. I don't have any reason not to believe that what he's saying about him being close to the young man but not knowing the parents is anything abnormal. Growing up as a kid in the 80s, I knew lots of kids, and we hung out a lot in their garages, out in the streets and things, but, maybe knew the parents in passing, who that parent was attached to as far as the kid, but not really having a relationship with the parents. I mean, that's not abnormal to me. So, but I come from a different generation, and the only thing I will say, though, about this particular case is that I cannot stand Al Sharpton or any one of those old schoolers that walk the floors with Martin Luther King because
Yeah.
I am a Republican, but I love Martin Luther King and everything he stood for. And I just feel like they have continued over the years since that man has passed away to destroy the dream that he had. Because Biloxi, Mississippi, I have been in Biloxi,
Helen, thanks so much
Mississippi,
for
and that's one of
subscribing to
the
the channel. Wow.
remaining towns, if not a few other smaller towns, that is still totally segregated. Blacks live on one side and whites live on the other side. Now, I don't know how much has changed in the last 30 years, but I can tell you probably not much.
Yeah.
And there are no waves down there in Biloxi, Mississippi, unless there's a storm coming. You know, and we are having a storm that's ruined. That's down there in the south where these kids were swimming and all of that. But I just don't like the fact that they are trying to push it to a race issue when this is not a race issue. The race shit has gone from the earth. It's not about race anymore other than a people race.
Yeah.
Are you an evil people race or are you a good
And they didn't try to change the narrative.
That's what the racism is.
Until
It has
Tatum
nothing
said
to do with
something.
skin. Yeah, I hate that shit. I hate when they do that. And Malkovich is another one, you know? And as soon as something happens to someone that's black, they go rushing over there to try to push the narrative for it's a race. All they're doing is the devil's work. They're devil vessels to me. They are causing the division. But that's okay. It opens up the eyes to those that are smart and wise. And we know where we will be going when this world is dead and gone. So that's all I can say about that. But, you know, I don't really have much other comments. I know others may want to talk, and you're going to have to get some sleep to go to work today. But, yeah, very good show. Congratulations on your viewers, bro. Pat yourself on the back because it's going to keep growing. And congratulations to all those new members.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks a lot, man. Much love to you. Truly appreciate it. Thank you for calling, too.
You have a great weekend.
You too.
Oh, I love to call you in the morning time. You up and on my time.
Oh,
so I know that's why I get on.
Well, I appreciate you.
I did have contractors out here repairing my floors. And the whole entire time they were out here, I was thinking about Nancy Guthrie because there was 4 of them here and that was just me. Man, I kept walking around every room watching what they were watching. I looked to see if they had black gloves. I looked to see if they looked like the perp. It was crazy.
That's insane. Yeah, I feel like they planted that.
Weekend.
All right. Well, you too. Thanks for calling me.
Yes, sir. And congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, shouts to her calling. I always enjoy our conversations. But anyway, I was going to bring to her attention that there are reports that Nolan's mom went to school with the mother of Warren's mother. And I thought that was super, super interesting, but it also, you know, makes it more interesting as well because the fact that he hasn't really went to their house, I don't understand that. And I feel like the mother's been not only transparent, but she's been pretty honest and straightforward. And I think she would have put that out there that, you know, she doesn't let anybody go to her house or anybody come over. She was kind of clear on the other friend that came out and spoke. And she said right away that he's never been to their house. Like she didn't even know this kid. And I thought that was pretty interesting. And like I said, she's been honest. She's been pretty straightforward. So I mean, and I don't see Nolan as those type of parents that wouldn't let, you know, their son's friends come over to their house. So I take it if they didn't go over to his mother's house, you know, they just weren't close friends. I feel like a lot of times when you see somebody very close to somebody, you go to their house. You spend time at each other's home, or it's simply just one or the other, and that's just how it is. So that's just me, though. Feel free to chime in, guys. The phone number, I'm gonna actually post it. I didn't realize that I took it down. But feel free, chime in, call in. I'm gonna take a few calls before I get off here tonight. Shouts to everybody plugging in. I appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. It's crazy. We jumped like crazy. I don't know how we went from 400 to 2,000, but insane. Maybe he never invited them over. Good point. Could be. Yeah, so I guess maybe that's not true. It just says it on. I don't know why it says that online. That the mother went to, or they graduated from the same school. But I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I was saying. It's stated online. However, I don't know if it's a fact or not. People are reporting also that Warren is the judge of Warren that spoke out is his mom. But not only is that, they're saying that that's his stepmom, not his actual mom. But I've never seen that in the reports at all. So I can't really say that. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to see if I can look this up just real quick. And I should have put this on here. Maybe they were talking about something else and I confused it with this. So no, it is not true. They did not go to the same school. So why did it state that earlier? What was I looking at? So just to clear the air, they did not though. But I wrote it down, so I don't know what they were referring to when that was said. When that was said, though, because in my notes, it does say that, and I was only looking up case information surrounding Nolan, so I don't know how. But sorry, guys, I guess I should have never mentioned that. But at least I was able to clear the air before I ran with it. But it's stated that Warren, and I believe his last name, from what I'm seeing online, is they're reporting that it's Warren Hudson, and they said that it's the son of the judge connected to the Nolan Wells case. His mother is Chancery Court Judge Ashley Cole, who publicly released statements defending her son and clarifying their family's involvement. And then it went on to state that she's a court judge in Jackson County, the same county handling aspects of the Wells investigation. And then following that, it stated that he and Wells' mother went and graduated at the same school. So I don't know why that came about, but upon re-looking it up, it states that there's no record that they went to the same school at all. So just to clear the air, I guess that's not true. That's so weird. I gotta find another source to utilize when it comes to digging up info. Numbers up there. Feel free to call it in, guys. I am not going to be on for too much longer here. I don't think so, at least. I think we are... Yeah, we're good. We're good. I was just trying to make sure the line was up. Mr. Juice.
Hey, Juice. First time I talked to you. How you doing?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Good. You have this really amazing song. Is that your own? Whose is that?
I think it's a gentleman by the name of oh my God, what's his name? Fat Redial. He makes a lot of songs for a lot of the streamers. I don't know if he really made this one for me, but I mean, he's made several for me, but he hasn't actually literally given it to me. I'm guessing like he pretty much gave it to me, but through somebody else, like Criminal Network. So, but I've never spoke to him before, but I know he makes a lot of songs for a lot of streamers. Love that song.
That's cool. I really like I like a lot of them actually. So that they are similar. That's probably why. Same artist, and you said what was the first part? Was it FAT, fat?
Yeah, PHAT.
PHAT. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great. I think you're doing wonderful stuff, and I think that with all this stuff with the sheriff, you just need to glow up your performance.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Take the highest road you can and do things out of the box to get them involved and change the way so they have no choice, that they're in the position by the public to react in the way that is beneficial to the case rather than obstructing.
I like
Going
that.
after, like, people like you. And especially, like, if he does, it doesn't matter. It's just exposing worse things. The more he goes after the wrong things, the more things come out to the public about, like, all that stuff going on behind the scenes.
No, I agree.
With I'm finding out things about prisoners I would have never known if he hadn't been so stupid to make a false arrest. Then you think, okay, he's arresting these guys, but he's doing nothing, like he's closing the scene, investigation over 24 hours later. What kind of a moron leader is that?
Yeah, you're talking about Nanos, right?
Yeah, Nanos.
Yeah, and did you hear about the call that he made when or how he responded to the call, the lady who released the ransom details?
No.
She called him, and I guess it was late at night, and he told her that that it was, he pretty much said that it's late to give it a rest. In the beginning of the case at that.
And too late for working sheriffs. Okay. That's like in Canada, our news doesn't work on the weekends for some reason. Like, if criminals want to get away with something, they do stuff on the weekends.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Reported, or if something else bigger will happen over the weekend, and they'll only post the big stuff, so smaller stuff goes under the radar, you know?
I feel like less cops work on Sundays.
Yeah. And if they're working, they're like, they don't want to be there, so if it's not right in their face, they're just going to be like, that's nothing for us. Wait until somebody dies, you know? Threats,
Yeah.
no big deal. Is somebody dead? Not yet. Okay, we'll be back on the weekend.
Yeah. I think he has something to do with it, but that's just my thought on that's my opinion on that.
I agree with that with Nanos. I think it definitely has something to do with it. Because if you can't find somebody, you always got to look to the blue.
Yeah.
If there's nobody found, look on the inside.
Yeah.
Look to, like, even paramedics. And, okay, this is the other thing. In Tucson, the garbage trucks look the same as our garbage trucks in Canada. So I think, you know how there was that big storm that weekend?
Yeah.
I think because there was an invitation across the border to bring whatever you could to take any snow removal out, it would be very easy for somebody to get somebody across the border at that particular time.
Yeah, I think at any time, dang near. It's so easy to go in. They say coming back is the hard part, but I had the same experience going in as it was going out. So it's just that easy.
Well, we have, like, reports in Canada about cartels work in that area and then up to Nova Scotia and, like, we're on the West Coast, too. Like, everywhere. Ontario, too, is a big place. We just had a huge bust this weekend, and you guys had a bigger one before that with lots of drugs. But it is a drug place, so drugs are shipping containers like air or water or garbage trucks, anything like that. Even like funeral things. I don't know how easy it is to get a casket, like, across the road, and nobody's going to check inside there, right? There's just lots of ways to go.
Yeah. No, there is. There definitely is. What do you think about the Nolan Wells thing? Do you think you think it was a mistake? You know, that he maybe just kind of fell in the water and bumped his head, or you think that he was maybe murdered?
I think it's possible it could be foul play, murder, or something. Something's not right, because if it was an accident and somebody else was there, there would be conversation, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's more foul play or murder, or like an accident, because kids, like if I was a kid and somebody got murdered, I wouldn't necessarily talk right away.
Yeah, and the stories are all conflicting. So I mean, that kind of tells you somebody's trying to, avoid something or covering something up.
And the Murdoch case, look at how intimidated those kids were. You don't know what kind of intimidation is going on behind the scenes.
Isn't that the truth, though? That is very true. Good point. Well, I just figured I'd ask you about that. I mean, because I'm covering Nolan tonight, so I figured I'd see, just get your thoughts on the Nolan case.
Well, I'm looking at it too. I just, like the other caller, I don't have as much information. I'm glad that guy is on the case, because he's at least going to get to the bottom of it. That lawyer, the regular lawyer that you see. And it could very well be a black and white issue. I'm not saying it's a race issue, but I wouldn't put that off the table. There's lots of, like, I'm white, obviously, and there's lots of white people that I know that are racist that don't even realize they're racist.
Yeah. I just feel like he's doing too much. Like, as far as him going over the autopsy and then the speech he gave, I don't know if I was really too fond of the speech he gave at the funeral, which was good. He showed up, but that part is fine. But the part where, he went over the autopsy, I just don't know if that was in his best interest to do that. I think they should have had somebody that, really understands the autopsy. He just didn't really seem like he knew about a lot of the stuff that was brought up. But he did good still for someone who doesn't have the knowledge.
Okay, well, what I saw him do of the autopsy, I didn't see the funeral, but the autopsy part was fine. As far as I was concerned, it was very general. He didn't overstep his boundaries. He just said there was a spot on the neck and a spot on the back of the head, and the neck piece was missing, but it was withheld from the other corners, which is a standard thing to do when you haven't finished with it yet.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But that piece is very important. And I think they'll get it eventually, but that piece, like if the back part of the head wasn't hit with something, it could be hit into something.
Yeah.
Right? From the neck, pushed in, it could be connected to the foul play. But
Yeah.
also, like, it doesn't take much of an injury on a head to bleed out and die when you're in those circumstances. But why he was left behind, that part seems suspicious to me. And why there wasn't like a random, like in those areas, there seems like there always should be somebody random going by there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like he should have prepped for it a little bit more. I don't think he really went over it. It just kind of, it was almost like they rushed to show us the autopsy reports. I don't know. I just don't think. I think just how you're explaining it, there could have been a little bit more explanation to what he was saying, because we don't know. There's some specific names that are when they're talking about the neck, but that's okay. I guess that's what they have us for, is to break stuff down when we come and talk about it. Yeah, some of the stuff that he was naming, I'm just like, what is that? And I don't think he knew what it was either.
Oh, the corduroid is a very typical thing that they mention when it's broken or messed with.
Well, no, not. It's like right under the, like where the it's kind of where the not the trach, the oh my god, the goiter, not the goiter. It's, what do you call it when you got a goiter in your throat?
All I'm thinking is Adam's apple, but
no, right near there though. It's right near there, but above it. I can't remember the name. It's a very difficult name to say it.
Okay. I don't know. Tracheoitis?
No. That was one of them though. I can't remember the name, but yeah. But he did good. He still did good. But
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's good for the public to get something because look at how many people did in that room.
most
That
definitely.
room was full. So like, if I was a person in that community, I'd at least get something rather than in Nanos's where you're like waiting. I don't know. He hasn't. Well, I don't know why he's doing private stuff, but I just for the Nolan case, I appreciate them coming out and saying something rather than leaving everybody completely in the dark.
No, I agree with that 100%. I truly do. I mean, and there was a lot of oohs and ahs for sure, and I mean, I could agree with that. I mean, because Nanos was doing the one-on-ones, but he only held one press conference, and that was pretty much it, and that was really weird to me. So yeah, I agree.
I thought he was pretty wild. I was like, who is this guy? We're getting everything, but really we're getting nothing but a bunch of lies and a hot air coming out of a crazy, like, it's for show. If he's involved, I think it's for show. Like, I would go for that entertainment, like the Nanos Sheriff movie coming out as a back and forth, going back and forth between Nanos and this case, Nolan. But I hope everybody gets justice. And I think it's a matter of time for Nancy's case because I think there's more than one person involved, and I think they're all starting to crack.
You think so?
Oh,
I don't see much movement at all. What makes you think that?
No, because there's no movement from the sheriff, from the FBI, the people. That means there is movement, and notes are starting to come in, trickle in. I bet this guy, ransom guy, he's not going to be able to help it on this 6-month anniversary. He's going to crack. He's going to start sending stuff. I think he's probably like close to like that Reiner guy as far as his mentality. I think he's going to crack. 6-month anniversary.
But that's been so repetitive for us. We'll get something and then dead silent, and for the while I thought that for the longest, because they say when the FBI goes quiet, it's a good thing. And for the longest, I'm like, they're working on something. Maybe there's a chance they keep going to the DA and the DA keeps saying, hey, it's not enough. But for the most part, they got their guy and they know they only need a couple more pieces to really, wrap this thing up. But now I don't know.
I think it's coming because the other cases, they take this long. I think it's a cross-border thing because I think it's from Canada, to be honest. And I think Canadian government, we protect our criminals a lot more than you guys do. You guys are way out with the news.
Yeah.
Our citizens are protected too, but our criminals are also protected in that too much. So I think your perp is from Canada. I think it's taking longer because of that. And I think we're too impatient for results too. But we just have to look at other cases. Like, yes, sometimes they can be solved right away if everything lines up for evidence. But even like the David D4VD, look at how long that case took. And the body was in his car.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, that's it. And I do mention that a lot, that this could be a while, and it is normal for some cases to, well, it's never normal, but I mean, it's common that cases could take years to be solved. So you got a very good point. I agree with that for sure.
Good, and I appreciate you, and I like waking up to you in the morning. You make me smile, and you're so patient, and I'm trying to learn from you how to be so patient with everybody.
I appreciate that.
And I'm not saying anything bad about anybody. I'm just saying it's very good quality.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts with me today, and feel free to call me anytime.
All right, you have a good day.
All right, you too.
Bye.
Yeah, it's always wonderful when you get good feedback from the folks, and I love to hear everybody's thoughts, love to hear the positivity, and I love the fact that people enjoy hearing me in the morning, and I love the fact that people can actually learn things from me. I mean, I didn't know that I brought that to the table, man. I appreciate that a lot. Insane. You guys make my day every time I get on. Sometimes it doesn't even feel right not streaming, so I appreciate it. That's why I'm so hesitant. I beat myself up some nights when I don't end up getting on. So thank you guys for encouraging me to just keep going, man. I definitely never going to stop again. But I definitely truly enjoy streaming because of the folks that chime in with me daily. Wouldn't trade it for nothing. If we overcome, how do you pronounce it? The Charles? Oh, I'm so bad with names. We'll be closer and better for it. I don't know, guys. I don't know where we stand anymore with the Guthrie case. I really don't. I never get my hopes up anymore because we always get filled up with some type of information every now and then, like every month or two. And then it just goes dead silent again. And then it feels like we aren't moving anywhere. So I don't know. And then the fact that the ransoms were, they were skeptical on that. They couldn't even figure out whether or not they were legitimate was just like, I kind of was disappointed in the FBI or law enforcement at that point. It's the Juice.
Hey, Juice, it's Ange. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Ange? I'm doing all right. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm hanging in there.
That's good.
I heard I was in and out of the doctor's offices, and I was trying to watch you as I was waiting and stuff. But you were asking about how the boat can take on water that fast. I don't know if anybody replied to you or not. There's a plug in the back of the boat next to the motor and everything. It's called the drain plug. If that's pulled, it can retain a lot of water. It can sink a boat in no time.
Yeah, I think somebody was trying to tell me that a second ago. But I don't know. I don't know nothing about boats. I really don't.
Yeah, we go boat. We used to go boating every weekend, and we lived on the river. So, but yeah. So I just wanted to kind of touch base with that, and they did find out that it's a rare blood cancer. So.
Oh no.
I went from one doctor, now I'm back to the heart doctor, so I'm going to go up here and find out what he has to say.
So what does this mean? Does this mean like is it curable? Like what do you do moving forward?
They're going to start withdrawing blood from me. Let's see, August the 10th, and what it is my bone marrow is making too much blood for my body, and it's one big long word, but the short term is PV, is the diagnosis, which is a form of blood cancer, and it's not curable. So. And if it's not curable, I'm not going to take chemo. I'm just going to live my life the way I've been living. I
Oh my God.
praise God every day, and I just keep right on trucking. I'm prone right now. They said that my blood's so thick that I could throw a clot and have a stroke or a heart attack or whatever, but I'm really active. So, I mean, if something happens, I'm I'm doing what I want to do, I guess. But I wanted to let everybody know too, I'm going to go to Tucson. My sister's going to fly me down. We're flying out next Thursday. So I will be in Tucson on Friday.
That's terrible, man.
He's making my wish come true. I'm going to Nancy's.
Definitely come on down. I think I don't know. I mean, I can't really. I mean, I can't say you should go take the chemo, but because I've heard that it'll make you sick. People will say the medication that they take for cancer doesn't make them feel very well, and I think that's what provokes a lot of people to stop taking medication. Say it again.
Yeah, it's not curable. So, I'm not going to put my body through the sickness and everything else if it's not going to help me. You know what I'm saying?
But it should prolong your life, I think.
No, it won't. They're going to give me medicine, and I have to. My vitamin D is super low, so I'm on a supplement for that. And then they're going to give me a couple other medications, but with it being non-curable, I'm just going to live life, and take care of Dad. That's my main goal, to do it as long as I can. I
Wow.
can't. If you let it get to you, it's going to take you.
Yeah.
So I can't let it get to me, but I got to try to figure out how I'm going to take care of everything,
Yeah.
bill wise and everything. So I'm just going to try to do what I can while I can.
Yeah. Well, if I
And
could
Nancy's
be,
first on my list.
oh, and
I'm coming to
and if I could ever be of help as well, you can always, I'm always a phone call away, and I'm not going to stop praying for you. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That's the mindset you should have, is keep, living your life, and, keep taking care of your dad like you have been, as much as you can.
Yeah,
And,
and my thing is trying to get ramps built at the house, and at least the bills, paid forward enough to where I don't have to worry about, if I get down and out, then I'm done,
yeah.
and I don't want none of that. So I sent you like my Cash App thing. I texted it to you, and also my PayPal. If maybe, if anybody wants to help out or something, they can send anything that way. But I sent you all of the information from the doctor, so everything's legit.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, you're a wonderful person, and you've always, you've even helped me. You've reached out to me, and not just helped me with the case financially. You've been supportive of me and my channel from day one, and I appreciate it. And like I said, if I could be of help to you, I definitely will. And I'm looking to see if it's on here now. I was looking on my phone, but I was
Yeah,
looking.
it's my PayPal is under Angela Giles, Giles, and then my Cash App is the number sign, and then Rocky, ROCKY GILES 1.
And you sent it to me on text? I don't know if you sent it to me through text.
Yeah, I sent it to your text message, and I also sent it to Alex as well. I don't have, I didn't send it to JLR, but I was going to, but I just haven't had time. I've got a lot on my mind.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, send
The
us to
one
JLR, see if
upstairs.
you can definitely do that. I know he could probably be a lot more of help than I can, for sure, but I'll help as much as I can as well. I don't see your Cash App. Maybe you
I
sent
sent
it
it
to
to
my
you.
other phone.
Yes,
You sent it to the 520 number?
I think so. Let me look
Oh,
here.
okay. That's probably why I don't see it then.
Let me see which one I sent it to. I'll choose. Yeah, 520 number.
I still don't see it. Was this yesterday?
Last night.
Maybe I don't see it yet.
Ending in 52.
Send it to the 702 number. Yeah, because I don't even see it on here. But send it to the other phone number. That way I can click on it here on stream.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't see
I
it.
got the number I just called, and then I got.
This number right here. Yeah, that we're on the phone. Yep.
Oh, okay. Send it to the number that I'm calling on.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Oops, shoot. I clicked on the YouTube. My brain
That's
isn't working.
That's all right. You got a lot. You got a lot on your mind.
Okay, yeah, I'll send that as soon as I get off, and then that way you've got it. And like I said, I'm not asking for anything, but anything would help me right now.
Yeah, indeed, I understand, and I would love to share it, and hopefully, someone out there could be of help.
It's just scary, I know the Lord will look after me. I know that for a fact, but it's just scary not knowing. When I went to the cemetery yesterday, I mean, I'm trying to get my ducks in a row here because I don't have any of that planned because I wasn't planning on going anytime soon. But
Yeah.
I just don't want Dad or anybody having to worry about, doing any of that for me.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, you can get sick anytime, I've seen it happen. I hate to say it, but you're right.
Yeah, but I'm an old race car woman driver, and I'm tough as nails. But when it comes to this, I've been balling for the last 2 days.
You
so.
keep doing that. Yeah, keep being you. Keep stay strong and continue being strong. That's all you can do, and just cherish all the moments that you can, and take everything one day at a time. Drops of water.
Oh yeah. Yep. But my plan
gonna be
is
all right.
I got to be careful because I can throw a blood clot at any time, or stroke, or a heart attack. So that's what the heart doctor and the cancer doctor told me this morning. So but I'm still going to fly down there. They told me don't risk it, but I'm coming.
Yeah.
I got a free trip to Tucson. I'm coming.
Nina, good to see you. That might be a good idea, huh? Right. She says, let's set up a GoFundMe. That might be a bad idea for you.
Well, whatever you can do, Juice, I'd appreciate it.
Take some time. I would have to, gather some thoughts and whatnot, but that wouldn't be a bad idea. Nina, maybe email me or text that phone number that I have on the stream here.
Okay.
Maybe we could. Not you.
Yeah,
I was talking to somebody in the chat, but yeah, you send me that Cash App.
Yeah, the Cash App is just the number sign and then Rocky, ROCKYGILES, and the number 1.
Hold on, let me write this down real quick. Hold on, I'm trying to. Okay, what is it again?
It's the number sign and then ROCKYGILES and the number 1 is the Cash App, and then my PayPal is Angela, ANGELA, Giles, GILES, and you'll see a picture of me with a hat on, a military hat.
Giles, you said it was GILES?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna save this to my
Like
computer
I said,
here. I put it on stream here, but
you can help me.
no, I hear you. Well, we'll talk some more off stream as well too. I'll give you a call probably sometime tomorrow, and I'll try to come up with something for you if I can.
Okay.
And
not a problem. Not a problem at all.
But you're definitely be in my prayers.
Keep their prayers, and I'll be down there. That's my goal, is to make it to Nancy's. I got to see where this septic tank is.
Well, you let me know. It's gonna be tough to see from the street, but and unfortunately, I can't join you at Nancy's. But I probably could, but I'm not gonna take the chance.
No.
But
maybe Alex and you and everybody. I heard JLR's coming back, so maybe he'll be down there when I come, and we can all go out to eat or something.
That would be nice. Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I
All
got to get
right.
in here to the heart doctor. I'm at Lima Memorial Hospital right now, headed up to the heart doctor.
All right. Well, you take care and God bless you, and we'll talk soon.
All right, Bubby, and thanks everybody in the chat.
All right.
Have a blessed day, guys.
All right.
Bye-bye.
You too, Angie. Bye. Well, much love to Angie. She's always reaching out, man. She's always been helpful. She's a wonderful lady. She's a lady who always takes care of her dad, too, and her dad's always saying hi. You know, she's always saying, you know, talking about her raccoon or something. I mean, she's awesome. And then, you know, I was trying to remember something we had talked about the other day. But she's been really helpful. She's actually the person that brought to my attention about the car. There's a car in the background in the video of Nancy's, you know, on Nancy's Ring camera. Some people argue that there's not, there is, but she's the one who brought that to my attention. I think that we talked about it for at least an hour the day she brought it up. And ever since that day, I've always thought that there was a car in the background for sure. But this is her Cash App. This is her PayPal, guys. If you guys, have the funds to help her out, feel free. I just wanted to share this on stream here. I already have her Cash App, but I actually didn't need it now that I'm thinking about it, because wait, maybe I don't. But anyway, I'm going to save this here, keep this here on stream. But I'm going to save it for myself. And if I have a couple bucks, I'm going to probably send her a couple dollars myself. Even though for me, money's tight. But I thought that was a good idea, Nina. So maybe we could try to make her a GoFundMe. That'd be awesome. And it's a tough thing to know that your days could be coming soon. You know, you might be living your last days, which I can't imagine that. For me personally, guys, you know, cancer is probably one of my deepest fears. I'm not going to lie. I mean, that's one thing I do not ever want. I've actually, you know, my uncle, my mom's brother, I lost to cancer. And I always think in my mind, like, maybe one day I'm probably going to have it because my uncle had it, you know, and it seems like it's a family event. It runs in the family. So, oh man, worst nightmare, worst thing I could possibly imagine. Once they go to hospice, it really gets. I don't even want to talk about that, innocent. I don't even want to talk about cancer, guys. I don't even want to. It's not a really a conversation to really have. I hate even talking about it. Nina says, let's do that and her story. That would be a really good idea, actually. Yeah, it really would. Yeah, so maybe we could come up with something, Nina. Maybe just if you get the time, just text that number here on the screen here. Guys, chime in. I think I missed a call. If you guys want to call in, feel free to call in. I'll try to take one more call here before I get off for the morning here. I work in 3 hours, so I got to be at work at 8:30. It's 5:30 for me. I'll find the energy within myself to take one more call before we get off here. Shout out to Angie, man. We love you. Much love to Angie. And like I said, I'm praying for you, man. I'm praying for you. Man. But again, her Cash App and PayPal is there. I'm going to remove it because I'm going to post a number here. But for anybody who chimed in during this live or afterwards, feel free to reach out to me if you need that info, if you feel the need to donate or help her out in any way. Numbers there on the screen. 702-546-8771. Giving an opportunity for someone out there to call in. Tell me what you think about the Nolan Wells case. Tell me how you feel about whether or not, this may be one of those situations that, turned into a homicide. A good night on the July 4th, was supposed to be a good night out with friends that turned into a nightmare. Is that the case in this particular situation? Or are we going to later learn that just maybe just maybe, that this was actually an accident and it turns out this was not a murder. Why did they leave him behind? Why did they take no for an answer? Did the alcohol make people angry? Did it to the point where they wanted to fight one another? Is that how Nolan was, when he was under the influence? It didn't seem like he was very reasonable at the time that they were demanding he get in the boat. It seems like he really had his mind made up if this story checks out. But friends are speaking out. A lot of people are starting to talk. I can't imagine, the tips that they've gotten behind the scenes with this specific case. But it seems like, some people are reaching out and talking. The problem is, like I said, there's a lot of conflicting stories. None of these friends' stories are really, adding up. And I think that also is what's brought a lot of media attention to this case because, somebody's lying. Somebody's not being honest. Somebody's story's got to be right. Somebody has to be telling the truth. Do I have WhatsApp? Oh, I think I actually do, but I don't use WhatsApp. Let me see if I have it. Sylvia says, yes, those boys are lying. All of the boys are lying, though? Well, one of those kids got to be telling the truth. I mean, one of those kids are not lying. Everything that they're saying, for some of these kids, I guess not everything, but for some of these kids, somebody's got to be telling the truth. I guess at the very least, just to be nice, some of the, not even being nice, at the very least, some things that they're saying are true. But I think that there's this situation. I also think that there's the situation is occurring the way it is. Like, people are lying and not being honest only simply because not only are they worried about their freedom, but they are, they're scared, but they are, how can I put this in words? They're trying to be careful to, not incriminate themselves is what I think. All right, last caller tonight. Let's see who this is here. This the Juice.
Hi, Juice. This is Mimi from Pittsburgh again.
Hey.
Listen, I saw a podcast last night. I can't remember what it was, but it showed a kid with a shovel, shoveling sand over a body. And and they were saying that the hair looks like Nolan. And then there was a picture of a kid in the background. And these are people in the comment section. They're saying that the kid standing in the background looked like the friend that talked to some guy about, it looked like he was the best friend that talked to somebody about.
Wait, so when was this?
This was yesterday. I can't remember. When I see these podcasts that are like strange or important or whatever, I should write it down. But it showed like a kid with a shovel shoveling sand. It showed the hair, his curly hair sticking out of the sand, and then this one kid in the background. I can't remember what it is.
Well, Nolan was found on the 6th. So if this is it, are you saying it was said yesterday?
They might have buried him like close to the water, and he like fell in there after he was dead. I don't know.
No, he didn't get buried.
It was. What do you mean he did? Well, this is what the picture showed: the kid shoveling sand over a body.
Huh.
And the people were saying that looks like his hair. And then the kid that was his best friend was standing in the background, just watching, just standing there. Now that's what I got from it.
So maybe like he didn't get buried all that great, and then the water,
Right.
since the currents are so bad that
Right. So what I don't know, what would they do to him to like kill him, to bury him and everything? I don't know. It was just really strange to me.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I don't know. I think there is a good possibility that he got struck in the back of the head for sure. I mean, they could have even jumped him for all we know. I mean, it almost sounds like that could be the
strike
case.
in the back of the head could kill you.
I mean, he's a strong kid, but people in the chat are saying that was fake news.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, that's what we're hearing.
If I see it again, I'm going to copy down what podcast it was. Who did the podcast on it?
Yeah.
And then I'll call you, and you can look at it for yourself.
Okay, let me know. I'd love to see it.
I just can't remember. But when I heard you talking about it, and I said you had one phone call left, I thought I'm going to call and tell them about it because it was really strange.
Yeah,
so maybe all those people in the chat saw it the same thing too.
Yeah,
but like
they
I
did.
said, I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, they're usually pretty accurate. So I think I think it's probably fake.
Okay, well I hope so. But if I see it again, I'm going to write it down.
Okay, let me know. I'll be glad to look at it for sure.
All right. Well, you have a good day.
You too. Thanks for calling.
Don't work too hard.
I'll try not to.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Well, shouts to her. Love and enjoy the people calling in there. Much love to her. I didn't expect that though. That was interesting. Nina, for some reason, it will not let me message you back. It keeps saying that it fails. Maybe because you're in another country. Let me see if it'll let me do it on the computer. No, it keeps saying not sent. I see your WhatsApp. Let me see if I have WhatsApp. I don't know if I do. I did at one point in time. I was able to, I don't know if I can use my Google number though. Let me pull this up. Somebody called me unknown right now. Those are always interesting. I kind of stopped answering the unknown calls, to be honest with you. Let me see if I'm able to use my number here on the Google. If I can't use that number, then what I'll do is I will just use my personal line. Man, maybe I do got to start using WhatsApp because that way I could talk to some people that are not in the US. But it's okay. We're going to get StreamYards probably this week. So we could start getting on video here with the viewers here. Vicky calling in. All right, we'll take this last call here since we're doing this. This is Juice.
Aloha.
Hey, how you doing, Vicky?
Okay, aloha, Dad. Hope everyone's having a nice day.
Yeah, it's been good.
On the Nolan one, I'm thinking it's probably these kids that were like just getting all drunk, a lot of substances right now. Uses.
Say it one more time. It's kind of hard to hear you a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're
It's
good.
probably that the kids were like doing illegal substance abuse, like most around the age, and maybe it could be just drinking, maybe a lot too much. But who supplied them the liquor? Who bought the liquor for them? That's probably where they're covering up. Right? Maybe one of the kids' parents, or they have somebody that's telling them that, because sounds like everyone was underage as far
Yeah.
as drinking, under the 21 year age. So they said somebody was 23, but not sure.
So you don't think it was just alcohol? You think these kids were out there doing drugs and whatnot? Which I agree. I mean,
Maybe the drugs, but definitely alcohol. And maybe it
yeah,
was just too much and got in an accident. Or they were horsing around and,
yeah. They were definitely drinking out there. We know that for sure.
yeah. I don't know. And then you never know, because there were adults out there too, right?
As far as I know, there was, yeah. I mean, because I think
A lot of adults.
it's a variety of people, that amongst the city that go out there and
I'm kind of wondering if that
yeah,
girl's dad maybe didn't like him and he was on the boat and,
yeah,
he was in the back, maybe he slipped on the back of the boat. It could be slippery when you drinking too much.
mm-hmm.
I hope it was just an accident, but they're just making it too big.
Very hard to hear her. It's like she's in the shower.
About making it a racial. And even if it was, why fuel the fire? Because it happens on both sides. You have blacks killing whites, and you don't have that big stereotype. But soon as it's like a black environment and white, and because of the racial thing, they blow it all way out, and all these people that are like into that, they just fuel the fire and make it worse than it should be. If it is racial, then get that person, do it right, but don't get all these people stirred up and angry and violence that occurring. Like what happened to that white boy that recently was stabbed. His dad then was swapped, so people swap their house. It's just people get out of control.
Yeah.
We just need more tolerance and less hate, but it seems the way the world goes now.
Yeah, and this place was 14 miles long. I mean, they shouldn't be separating from each other at all, nor leaving one another behind. So, I mean, it's just way too big to be leaving, each other behind to me.
Did you just hear the call-in? They just, was it Ponder? I think her name was Ponder. Sorry for mentioning another creator, but she posted up the boy calling in for the help. He sounds like he's intoxicated. Like, I don't know if it was just because of losing communication, but
Bruce, good to see you. So she's saying right now that the caller sounded like he was intoxicated.
It just didn't sound like the
No, I think he was a little bit under the influence for sure.
Oh, you heard it.
Yeah, for sure he was.
Answering her simple question, how many people on the boat? And then maybe the thing was they had more than what the boat capacity could hold. And that's probably why they were taking on the water, and it may have gotten too many people on top of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think they
yeah.
did. I think they were over capacity for sure.
Yeah. But it don't sound right. We don't leave them behind. It was an accident, But I think the biggest thing, they were more scared of getting caught doing things they weren't supposed to do, illegal things like either drinking or maybe somebody did have, substance out there. All it takes is one bad rotten apple. That's all it takes.
Yep, you're 100% right. That's without a doubt for sure.
That's all it takes is one rotten apple and them all being intoxicated, they're all,
Yeah.
I just wish the best thing for the mom then, because she just wants answers. She wants to know why. As a mom, I would want to know why too. So I don't know why people getting so upset of her wanting to know, except for the fact because of all these other people, the way they're preaching it out, But as a mom, I would want to know
I
what
think
happened
people
to
are
the
upset
son.
because there was no interjection when the lawyers the lawyer and Sharp were making it a race thing, and then I think people
Yeah.
are kind of upset about they're questioning the GoFundMe because of not only the amount of attention it's receiving by them going and showing up to so many different news media outlets. I think it bothers people for them to be able to put their feelings to the side to try to keep their son's name out there, and that's one thing people don't do when they're grieving, which is not normal for people. So they can't, people don't like that, but I like it. I like it. I think she's a
But I don't
strong
like the
woman.
way Sharp made it, his thing. He said, it's not about black and white, but yet he went all down that alley,
Yeah.
bringing up all the bad things that happened to the black kids. But the thing is, it happens both ways. We have that kind of crime in both ways. But when they start shooting the fire, that's what turns everybody off. Get down to the truth, what happened to this boy. Give the mom,
Yeah.
a clear, or even the people, not just the mom. We all want to know. We care. We don't want to. It's like, why is the boy behind? That's why everybody's upset, because we all want to know. Not just the mom, but everybody, especially true timers. That's basically what we want. We want the answer. We want justice, right? That's what we want.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah. I just pray, that the Lord guides this situation in a good way and not make it worse than it already is. As bad
Yeah.
as it is. Yeah. Thank you, Jesus, for covering it. Thank you for being patient.
Say it again. I think we're cutting out. It's kind of really hard to hear you. I don't know why it sounds like maybe like a shower's on or
My
something.
phone probably. Oh, I
Oh.
have a fan. It's so hot, the fan is.
Oh, okay.
I have
Okay.
to
I'm like,
the phone. Sorry.
no, you're okay. I just
Really.
want to be able to hear you.
Thank you for your patience and your helping,
I try.
and
I try.
you got a good heart, and that's the thing. We need creators that don't make up things, that just out there to make up things. We need creators that bring us the truth, the best to their knowledge,
Yeah.
And that's what makes streamers a good thing. So then we can see with our own eyes what's going on with the streamers.
Yeah.
But then you get all those bad streamers too that's out there calling people up, making false reports and reporting you guys when you guys out on a dinner,
I
It's
know. Isn't
crazy.
that crazy?
Yeah. So
Oh,
that's why stay strong with you guys, Alex. You guys showing what creators, real streamers are.
yeah.
You're for the justice and not all these troublemaking. And those are the grifters. People forget to think now. You guys that bring good content and bring the news to our forefront, you guys are working. That's a job, You guys giving
Yeah.
up your family time, your kids' time to give us a clear view of what's going on. Not grifty.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you're not telling the people give you the money, The people that are donating because they want to
Well, they want
donate.
to. Yeah, exactly. Good
Subscribing
point.
because they want to subscribe. That's not grifting. The ones that are grifting, that are putting out these false accusations and all that bad vibes and trouble, causing trouble, those are grifters because they're in for the money. They're in for themselves. And
Yeah.
probably don't have a good life. They're probably sitting up there doing all the drugs, and that's what they're using for substance. That's why some of the channels got shut down.
And it's always the people that don't donate at all. It's always the people who, especially when it comes to the donations that we got for the, the lawyer and whatnot, all the people that have something to say are the people that don't even, support the channel in that way.
Even I can't really sometimes give money because I'm on a fixed income, and barely making it. But I enjoy the truth, the experience of watching you guys work hard to bring the truth out, to find justice or find the person, bring them home, like Nancy, bring her home.
Yep.
I just hope this whole thing is not a hoax and all that. But people need to remember, when people give you guys something, you're not twisting their arm. That's all donation. That's why it's called donation. Because they're giving it from their heart. They're subscribing because they want to.
Yep. That's real.
And it's those people that are yelling all that, like, oh, you're making money off of this and that. You guys put work into that. It's a job.
Hey, Lisa, thanks so much for becoming a member of the channel.
The media that goes to a job that half of the time don't even work on the weekends, you think they don't get a paycheck? They get a paycheck.
That's exactly what I was trying to implement, but they just keep on going. So I just let the people talk now.
It's just haters. You just let it go through. It's because when people give, it's because they want to give. I mean, you get mad that they're giving these bad creators money, but hey, that's their money. If they're gonna give it, it's up to them. They support what they want to support.
Yeah. I agree.
So don't take it too hard, just because you put in a lot of time, your family time, and also Gabby puts in a lot of time because while you're out there working, she's doing the other job supporting the family.
Yeah.
You guys out there to support your family. You guys not taking nothing you're not stealing nothing. They act like you're stealing the money.
It's crazy, huh?
It's not stolen. You work for it.
Yeah, we between me and her, we really do, do a lot.
You work for it.
It's crazy.
Yeah. She makes sacrifices. You make sacrifices to give us people who are watching, that want to know the truth, want to bring Nancy home. We want to be brought out and not this media who make up their own stories and fake news,
Yeah.
And then they get paid for it. And they get paid for that. But keep on what you guys doing. I really support you guys because it's really true when you see the people that are really working for it. Like, all you guys that were arrested for nothing.
Yeah.
And you guys put in your heart and soul for this lady. Anybody, not just to be Nancy. You guys gonna go on with all different people like Wells and everybody. Just keep up the good work and chat. Stay strong. Yeah. And be good.
Will do. And Vicky, I appreciate you.
Everybody.
You too. Yeah. You too. And I appreciate you calling.
I'm just gonna keep on praying. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pray for all of you, the chat, and you and your family and our creators that are out there working hard. And hopefully the bad ones, they need Jesus. They need to find Jesus. So I wish that for them. I'll pray that for them.
I would
keep it up, Jesus, because you're on the right way.
Thanks a lot, Vicky, and I'll be praying for you as well. And God bless you. And
Thank you.
All
Bless
right.
you. Have a blessed day.
All right.
You too, chat. Love you all.
Much love. All right, Vicky. Shouts to her. Very difficult to hear her with the fan in the background and stuff. It's very hard to make out what she's saying on some with certain things. Luckily I was able to make out most of what she was saying, but I'm pretty sure it was difficult for you guys to, understand what she was saying exactly. So I was really trying, man. And luckily we were able to, though, so it's all good. Anyways, guys, I think somebody was calling. I was gonna try to get to that call, but I work in 2 hours. Feel free to chime in with me again. Stay tuning in for those of you guys that are continuously calling. Oh, I hate to ignore calls, but this will be my last one. We'll take one more. Mr. Juice.
Hey, Juice. This is Tammy. How are you?
I'm all right. How you doing, Tammy?
I am good, honey. Virginia beaches got flooded the other day, yesterday.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we got flooded. Or not us, but down the couple streets over. They always flood.
At least you got
anywho.
At least you got a beach.
Yeah. Yeah. A beach that I don't hang out at.
But
I'm a taxpayer, honey. I'm a homeowner, but I don't go to the beach.
Yeah.
You know what? I just find it very crazy that these boys left this gentleman behind. There's foul play somewhere in Juice. Your opinion?
What particular? Just them leaving them behind?
Yes.
I just don't think that they
Even if it was an accident, do you agree they should have put this gentleman in a boat?
I would have. Yeah, I would have pulled his butt in the boat. Like, I would have forced him to get on.
I would have made this gentleman get in the boat, regardless if he wanted to stay behind with a girl or not.
Yeah.
Okay. And this girl, I'm assuming her name's Katie. I think it is.
Yep.
Yep.
That's her.
I'm hearing she's cooperating with the police.
She better be. But yeah, I think she
I'm
is.
serious, Juice. This really got me pissed off. This has got me pissed off. This young gentleman was doing so well, and then this happens. Come on, man. He's the only black kid out there. He can't be with them many thousands of people.
Yeah, I don't think he was the only black person out there. I think he was the only black person with his friends on this boat.
With his group.
Yeah.
Okay. It don't make sense to me why they left this young gentleman out there. He had such a wonderful career. He was in football, college. Why'd they do this to this gentleman? Did what happened? I'm so over this crap.
Yeah, that I don't know. That's a really good question. Yeah,
that's that girl.
That's her right there. Yeah,
I see it. That's her.
I feel like Katie knows a lot.
I do too.
For sure.
Yup. I agree. If I miss anything, Juice, I don't miss your shows. Yours and JLR's. I am so wrapped into the two of you that it's not funny. Alex, I worry about Alex.
Yeah.
He's gotten quiet.
I just think he's been doing his thing. I mean, he's been showing up on a lot of people's stream rather than streaming himself, and I think he's just really waiting to get his account back too, just trying to maintain until he gets his YouTube back going, because he got demonetized, so now he's trying to get it back, and it's a matter of time. He'll get it back. I think he's probably got like maybe one more month to go.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Juice, if you recall, he was one of the first ones out there trying to find Nancy.
Yeah, he even organized his own search party.
Yes.
Yeah.
I watched it from. This is when I started watching it. Is from the beginning of Nancy, when I started watching y'all.
Yeah.
And I'm serious, Juice. This is just with this young boy and all the stuff that's happening in our world. What is going on with this? The gun violence.
I know.
Excuse me.
It doesn't make any sense.
The gun violence here, Juice. There's 5 to 10 people that die every day here in Virginia Beach and Norfolk and Hampton. Just the Hampton area, Hampton Roads area. I mean, it's like a lot worse. I moved here
40 years ago to raise my children.
Hey, thanks a
I
lot to
have
all you
told
guys
you
for
my
all the
children
jewels,
are
by the way.
47 and 45.
Yeah.
I would never, ever bring a child here in this state right now to raise them.
It's
That's how
that
bad it is.
bad? Oh my
I'm not
God.
playing with you right now, Juice.
Jeez.
I would never raise a child in this state right now.
There's gotta be good areas.
I brought my kids here because my kids love water, and
Yeah.
I was never home. I was always at the beach with the kids when they were little,
Mhm.
and it was so fun, and it was just amazing. But not now, not now. But anyways, back to the story. Nolan. He was in college still because he just went in at 25. Is that correct? Right after school.
Yeah, he's a freshman in college. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
just started.
Warren is the only gentleman that he was really buddies with, but had known for years because they were growing up together and going to school.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, why is Nolan hanging out with his friends and their parents and stuff like that, but his friends weren't coming to his parents' house? That's weird.
Yeah, I really don't get that part because for me personally, if I have a friend that is close to me, you know, we're going to each other's house, or like I was saying earlier,
That's right.
one or the other at the very least. So I don't know, that was weird. But you know how people are when you die, you know, they talk highly of you and they're closer than they ever were.
That's right.
You know, it's I don't know. And you know, and the thing is too is if any of these friends, let's just add the rewarding factor. If any of these guys know real information, they would be calling right now, giving that information.
Exactly.
Obviously, it's one of them
Somebody's
because
talking.
you know they don't want to.
Sorry.
No, and they seem you know they all have to be somewhat close for them to be holding back because.
Yeah.
You know, but I get it. The lawyers, they've got lawyers, and I think it's one of the ones that have the lawyers because I don't know. For me personally, if I'm I guess innocent or not, you should still get a lawyer. I guess it just depends. I mean, for me, I personally feel confident enough to just come forward and tell the truth. If I was in a certain, I don't know if it'd be necessary until you know you have to
your
fight.
child. That's what I have to say to everybody. If that was your child, like the father and the mother, you can see how bad they're grieving. It's bad. You can see it. I can see it, and it just bothers me badly.
Yeah.
I'm blessed that both my kids, I believe, are alive. We don't associate too much anymore because they're grown and gone. They don't even call me anymore, Juice.
No.
But it is what it is.
Why not?
I'm serious. I was a strict mother. I wouldn't allow my kids to go out and run in the streets. I wouldn't allow my kids to go out and party. I wouldn't allow my kids to do anything. If they're going to party and you're going to do that stuff, you're going to come home and do it. And while you're in the presence of me, so I know none of you children get in trouble.
Well, they're not children anymore, so they should be able to. You know, that should be out now. I mean, they should be.
Well,
you know,
it's tough. It's tough.
You're still not going to let them go out?
Tough growing up. I'm sorry. What was that?
Are you saying even at 45, you're still not going to let them go out anywhere out there?
Oh, they do what they got to do now. This is their own life.
No, I hear you.
I'm talking about when they were living under the roof of my home.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And that's how it should be because, you know, otherwise you end up regretting things. I should have did this with you. I should have did that. You would have never been this way if I would have did that, you know. So, I mean, you're doing right. You're doing as you should.
I was a strict mother, and, you know, I did let my kids go spend the nights only if it was like straight up girls. Then I'd let my daughter go spend the night with just straight up girls. Now, when it comes to my home, when the daughter goes spend the night with her friend, which I knew was all girls, the son would have his buddies over at our house.
You still got to be careful with that, though. You know, because
I ain't gotta worry
girls,
about
you
it
know,
no
well,
more 'cause
not
my kids are
anymore, but
grown
I'm
and
just
my kids-
saying, you know.
But I don't know how old your kids are, but I know that you have, I think, 3.
Yeah, for 1, 5. Well, he just turned 6 actually. 1, 6, 12. Well, she's gonna be 12 in September, and then 13.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
two
dude! You
girls,
got
2
2
boys.
teenage girls.
Well, really 3 boys, but yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Oh, you got your hands full. But anyways, what do you think's going to come out of this case, Juice? Do you believe that there's going to be justice for Nolan? Because, I mean, I'm hearing that these other kids have gotten lawyered up. That right there is suspicious.
To me, it is for sure.
And you know, let me just say something about it. Can I stay on for a little bit? I don't want to keep too much of your time because I know that you got to go to work.
Yeah, I go to work in like 2 hours.
Okay,
Yeah, we got.
I'll call you another time.
Well, we can talk a little bit longer, maybe about 5 more
Are you
minutes
sure?
or so. Yeah, all right.
The autopsy. How in the world are you going to leave part of the throat back without the body? That to me is suspicious as well.
It is and it isn't.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it's for good reason.
But wait a minute. Why can't they keep the whole body together, and then when they're done, send it to Washington, honey?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know much about autopsies. I mean, that could be because, you know, there could. I mean, for all I know, they might still have some. You know, they could be still examining that part of the body, and they're not done with it.
I believe there's foul play in the whole thing.
And you gotta understand too. I don't think these situations are normal. I mean, you got like 2, 3 autopsies going on at once. I mean, you got an independent autopsy, and then you got the state doing an autopsy, and it's like, you know, to have to share amongst different people for an autopsy that's not normal.
Yeah, but you know, after the first one, they're not going to have the second one's not going to be able to have everything that the first one had.
And I just wonder too, does it do the body any good to be moving the body around like that from place to place?
Right.
Like,
And then they say about it being decomposed in 2 days, 40 hours, I believe it was exact.
Or
in the water?
Well, also, I don't know if they're moving the body around or they're going to these places and then doing their examinations there. So maybe we'll hear about that later. But
I don't know. But this case is really bothering me.
Yeah, it's
I gotta now that we get done talking. I'm getting up to do some cleaning. I'm not watching no TV today. I'll wait and watch you tomorrow morning if you come on, because this is. I think you're the. I don't see. Wait, Nancy Grace is talking about it. The YouTubers are not so much. Just you. It's you.
As far as Nolan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, at least amongst the people that I've covered the case with at Nancy's, I haven't really seen too many people covering the case. JLR's been.
That's right, and you're smart about it. You're smart about it. But I'm glad that. Yeah, I hope you don't stop covering this case, please, until the end.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely cover this case until the end for sure.
Okay, so at least I can count on you and count on information from you too, because I do watch others, but I don't know, Juice. It's just not fair. I told you, did I or did I not speak this to you before, Juice?
About what?
About the prejudiceness to me.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah,
remember I did.
Yeah,
I find it very.
It's out there still.
I find it very horrible because your blood is the same color as mine, Juice. Your heart is pumping bigger than mine, I'm sure. I do got a big heart. I'll do anything. I've taken my shirt off my back for a homeless person in a heartbeat. You know, well, you know what I mean. I'll give to them and go without. I've done that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it should be. That's how it should be, though.
It should be. It should be. These people should not be living out in the streets when there's so much other horrible things going on that people can prevent the homeless from being out there like this. They can build a high rise and put the homeless in it if you feel it. But there's a lot of homeless that don't want to go.
Yep.
They don't want to go in those facilities and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
They don't, because they're forced to do things that they don't like to do, like shower.
That's
I get a
correct.
lot of homeless people in the facility that I'm in, and they don't like doing a lot of stuff because they're so used to that homeless life. And then you got the ones that do. But
Yeah.
it's sad.
Well,
Sad.
I'm going to let you go because I know that you got to work and you have a family you got to take care of. But I just have to ask you what your opinion was on what do you think, and do you think there was foul play? Is it too early to tell? It happened July 4th, honey. You're coming into a month down the road here.
Yeah, I think it's still a little too early, but I honestly, in my personal opinion, I think that there's some foul play for sure. I don't think this is an accident or anything like that. I think that once you got conflicting stories,
That's exactly right. And I've heard.
And then the boat went, it went different routes and whatnot. And then, you got kids that are, the phone situation. It's just too many things that are conflicting this story to me.
And then they called to say something about the Belgian pump or something wasn't pumping the water out of the boat, that the boat was taking on water up to the batteries or something.
I think that was meant for an alibi to check out.
I think
honestly.
so too, Mr. Juice.
I don't think that. I think that boat was perfectly fine, and they're
I
examining
know I
that
can
thing
count on
too.
you, Juice. Please don't ever ignore my phone call because I don't call much, but when I do, it must mean I have answer or questions or I can give other information that somebody else don't have that maybe they can walk with it, run with it, and maybe somebody here can solve it by just knowing what we're hearing and seeing. But hearing is nothing. It's about the seeing in part is what makes it.
Yeah.
Is what makes it. You know what I mean? Because hearing is good hearsay.
Yeah, that doesn't
But
do
anyways,
us any
I'm gonna
good.
let you go so you can go to work,
Well,
sleep, and get some sleep before work.
I'm gonna get 2 hours of sleep. Well, I appreciate you calling, and
Okay,
feel
Juice.
free
You have a
to.
blessed day and take good care of your kids and your wife, honey.
I will, and thank you for
Keep
calling.
your
and you
eyes on
too.
them. All right, baby. Bye bye.
All right, much love to you.
Much love.
Well, shouts to her. She's a wonderful caller. She's always calling in and expressing her thoughts, and just she's always so kind to me, like everybody else. I appreciate the company. It's been awesome. What a stream tonight. It's been a great stream. Good callers, good people calling in. Much love to you guys all. I appreciate the love and support. I work in 2 hours, guys. I'm probably just gonna fall asleep in this chair. Sometimes I get scared to go to sleep in the bed because I don't feel like I'm gonna wake up in time for work. Because I'll be so tired that I'll oversleep, even though I don't sleep very much. But normally I sleep for at least like 3 to 4 hours, and then I'm not too worried. But when it gets close like this, my plan was to get off by 4, but here we are, 4-hour stream. That's how I love and enjoy everybody so much. I couldn't help myself. I had to get on. I had to make some time for the folks, and not only Nancy, but Nolan as well, man. We had to talk about it. We had to. It was just irking me not to. And I was just gonna wait till tomorrow. Like, no, you know what? We'll talk about this tomorrow. I'm gonna just get some rest. Nah, we had to talk about this tonight. We had to talk about it tonight. Anyways, guys, it's been an exciting stream. I appreciate all the love and support, and I'll continue praying for everyone out there who's going through something, and even the ones who are not. Let's continue praying for one another and looking out for one another, and being here for one another in general, guys. It's been a pleasure spending time with you all tonight, and I'll see you guys next time, guys. It's your boy, the Juice. Until next time, folks, have a good night, guys.
Call it peace, call it class, but I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong, but the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide, here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise.